The hardest part of landing a software engineering job? Building your portfolio. If you're not careful, this part can drag on for weeks or even months. In this video, I'll be sharing the tutorials of 5 essential projects that will help you get your first or next job as a front-end engineer. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code and how to break into tech. If you're interested in learning how to code, click that first link in the description below. Learning to code can be life-changing, but you've got to actually land the job first. So let me show you 5 projects that will make that a whole lot easier. Project number 1. E-commerce page with Redux. This project is a product listing page that integrates directly with Redux. Adding something like this to your portfolio shows employers that you understand how to manage global state, which is a crucial skill in almost every real-world front-end job. All right, so yeah, as you can see, you might recognize this design from another front-end mentor design. It's basically this design here, but I've pared it down a little bit so we can really just focus on implementing the Redux side of things. But yeah, if you do want to follow along and maybe even build it out more full spec, definitely head over to the design. I'll link it down in the description below. But sorry, what we're trying to do here really is just use Redux to implement the add to cart functionality and then be able to increase and decrease the number of items in the cart. So let's go ahead and build this out. So I've gone ahead and installed React Redux and Redux Toolkit. So that's the first step before we even get started, and then spin up your app and we can get started. We're using this starter app, which doesn't have Redux installed, so you'll have to install it on top of that, but I'll link it below as well if you do want to kind of start from a similar place. All right, so this is the app all spun up, nothing started yet, so let's go ahead and just modify a few of the styles. And as I said, we're not as focused on making the most dramatically stylistic piece. We're more focused today on getting Redux installed and implemented properly. Okay, so first things first, I have also imported any of the images or logos that are included with the starter kit from Frontend Mentor. So we'll use those for the pieces that we need it. So for instance, we have the logo here, so I'll go ahead and drop that in the home page. So we'll say image from next image, and source is going to be this logo right here, and then alt will be logo, and then we can grab the size 20 by 137. So height be about 20, width be about 137. Cool. So that's the first piece there. Let's see if it shows up. All right, awesome. So that part is working. Good to go. Take out this home. It'll also look like there's a bit of a container here, so I'm actually going to transform this box into a container and import that. And then we'll set the max width to maybe large. Cool, that looks pretty good. The other thing we're going to need here is this add to cart button. So we'll say button, and then we're just going to put the image inside of it. And I'll also make sure to import button. And the image is going to be probably this. Guessing, yeah, 20 by 20. Okay. Cool. Looks pretty good. And this is basically going to be our nav. So I'm going to actually wrap these in a box. Oh, sorry, I need to re-import box. Cool, and that's looking pretty decent. I think the only thing I want to do now as far as style with this is add some margin. So we'll say margin, let's say 3 rem top and bottom. Cool. And then let's work on this. We have two more pieces, this hero section and the actual card itself. So in the hero section, what we need to do, and actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and move all of this into a nav just so that we can clean it up, because it is going to get a little bit complicated with the number of files that we're going to have, especially with Redux. So I'm just going to say new file, nav.tsx, and then we'll take all of this and drop that here. And I know I'm going to be using state in this, so I'll use client for that. Cool. Yeah, just clean that page up a little bit so things aren't so all over the place. All right, next bit we're going to have, it's not even really our hero, to be honest. It's more like the product. So we'll say product. And this is also going to end up being a client component, unless we do the add to cart separately. But again, I'm thinking a lot of this might be client-side components. All right, so we're going to have sort of two sides. So one is going to be the image, and it's going to be, I think image product 1 is probably what we're looking for. Height 48. And we should also put it on the page so we can see it. Cool, first piece there. So we'll have our product. That, and then we'll have our the like second section, that's the right side, that'll be all of our text, like that. All right, so we have this first typography element, sneaker company. Good. The color is going to be this. Okay, cool. Next element is going to be limited edition sneakers, I believe that says. Okay, and then we'll have the body, which is going to be regular size, but has this color. Oops. And then, oh yeah, we have the price. Now, I think I want to get to a point where I start, let's think about this. Because I don't want to declare the data twice. I think maybe what we should do is have the data for the sneakers live somewhere, and then we pull it in for each of these. So I think actually that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to whip up a quick data object. I'll say export const product equals title, and then I'm going to actually just use this. And it doesn't need all of the information, but at least the price, which is $125, the price and the title. And you'll see why this makes sense in a little bit. $125. So yeah, we'll use that. So I'll say import product from data, and then we'll say this will be the title. If I was doing this as a site with multiple products, I would put in all of this data. But this is more just for simplification purposes. So set product dot price, dot price. And that'll be the price, bold 28, and this color. Oh, that's also this color. All right, so we'll say cool. And then these two pieces also. We don't really need that or this for, these are more just stylistic. And then we have our toggle here is actually quite important. So we have the product, and then I think I'm going to make another component. We'll say new file, toggle. Yeah. And we'll use a box. And the toggle is going to have 2 buttons and a number. All right, so we'll say button is a minus. We have button, that's a plus. And then in the middle we'll have a typography element that has const count equals 0. And that'll be the count. Something like that. We'll fix it up as we go along. We'll do some basic stylings with these. I think this is probably the background color. Oops. That's the actual color is going to be this orange. Whoops. I think it's this orange. And then that'll be the color for the typography element. And we should actually put it onto the product page. So that'll go here, toggle. Cool. And display flex. Oops. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I guess align items in the center. And give these the same background color. As you can see, I probably could have made an element called toggle button, but I did not. Okay, and then we'll limit the width. Or actually, let's make the add to cart button as well. So we'll have our toggle, and then we have our other button. It's going to be add to cart. And we'll have our little cart icon. So we'll say image. And the source is going to be that same cart icon. icon. Height, I believe it's 20 by 20. Width. Cool. And that'll be our add to cart. Background color is going to be this. No, let's do button. Import the button. Okay, and then color. Cool, and then we'll say cool, looks pretty good. I'm gonna wrap these two in a box so they appear on the same line. A flex box, that is. Good. Yeah, and that's the basics of that piece. All right, so let's do a little bit with the styling here and then move on. Let's give this a max width. Oops. Okay, looks good. And then we'll say display flex. Direction is going to be column. And then we're going to do the same thing, justify content space between. Cool, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that just in terms of like basic page, basic stylings. You know, we want to do what we want to do with it now. Oh no, that's not right. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's make the cart element because we do need that. And then we can start passing around our data and setting up our Redux. So we'll say new file, last one, tsx. And the cart is going to be pretty straightforward. Zoom in a little bit here. It's going to be a box with a box shadow. 044. I think it's GBA. Oh, sorry. 0, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. No, 0, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. RGBA. 0, 0, 0. 0.25, I believe. So that'll be the box. Or max width, sorry, should be 360. All right, and then it's going to be a typography element that says cart. probably going to be a client component because again, we're focusing on using state in this project. And then there's a bit of a horizontal rule here. Oops, horizontal rule. And then we're going to have that data. So it's going to be an image. And the source is going to be const image source. Alt will be product thumbnail. Height, probably 20. Width, also probably 20. So it'll be that. I'm gonna wrap this in a box. And then it's going to be the const title. It's going to be the, whatever the title of the product is. So we'll say title. So fall limited edition speakers. And then it's going to be the price, the number of items, and then the total price. So let's break that down. So it's going to be price price and we can do it like this: price X and then total. I should do the total price. Okay, price times number of items, and then we'll say total price. Dollar signs there. All right, cool. So that should be that. And then at the bottom, we'll have a big checkout button. The color is going to be, yeah, this. Oh, and also for this pool. And the background color is going to be this. Good. Oops. This will be 100%. What else? We need some padding here all around the element, which would be 1.5 rem. Whoops, how did that get there? 1.5 rem. And yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, so we'll start with that and then we can add in other functionality as we get to it. Let's make sure our nav looks, let's make sure our cart looks okay. So we'll say, we'll just do a quick use state. So const show cart, set show cart, say use state false. And then we'll say on click, set show cart to be the opposite of show cart. And then if show cart is true, we want to show the cart. All right. There we go. All right, so I just need to do a couple more styles on this so it doesn't look so crazy. Let's see, it's gonna be right, maybe 10, top 10, we'll start with that. Okay, right 50, top 50, right 75, top 75. Good. And then we'll give it a background color. Whoops, color. Just so that, yeah, so it goes over that. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. So in terms of base styles, I think we're pretty set there. Cool. Now let's install Redux. So, as I said, I've gone ahead and installed Redux Toolkit, and I've gone ahead and installed React Redux, which you need to get Redux Toolkit to work. So that's taken care of. The next thing we want to do is actually set up our project. So I'm using the tutorial TypeScript Quick Start as a base, just to make things a little bit easier. But yeah, you can just follow along and do it as we do it here. So the first thing I want to do here is I'm going to create a new folder called Store. And within the store, I'm going to create a new file and paste that in there. I'm also going to create another folder called hooks because we're going to use typed hooks. And that is basically just giving giving types to the hooks that we're using. All right, cool. The next thing I want to do is now create my slice. So the slices are the parts that are actually going to hold the state and things like that. So I'll create a new file, say cart slice, because I think I'm just going to need the one slice for this. And I'm going to borrow what they have in their counter slice, but we're going to modify it and make it work for us. So we'll drop that in there. And we'll import it as a reducer. We'll say cart slice, and we're going to say import cart slice from cart slice from that, and we're going to change it so it is cart slice cart basically everywhere it says counter, we're going to have to say cart. Cart and state.cart.value is of type unknown. Cart. Why is it not like that? Let's see. If this was counter, would it be happy? No, it's just not happy that it's cart. Let's see. I might have changed one thing too many. go back a little bit and see where it started complaining. It's important that we get the setup correct, otherwise we'll have a lot of problems later. So say import cart reducer from okay, so it's okay with that. So we're just gonna change all of this is gonna be /. Okay, it's good. It's good with that. Post counter state, which makes sense. Say card state, it's still good. Cart. Okay, it's still good. If I change this to cart now, what happens? Post cart state. If I say cart. Okay, that might have just been a weird error. Or I'm completely missing something. But okay, so we have our cart slice. What else do we need to do? We need to wrap our app in a provider. Otherwise, it's not going to show up. So we're going to go to our layout.tsx file. We're going to import provider from React Redux. Wrap it around our app. And then we're going to set the store. It requires to be connected, needs to be connected to the store. And the store is just going to be imported from our store that we just created. So we have that. That's hooked up. I think, what else do we need to do here? I think that might be it in terms of initial setup. So if you go back to the page, things should just, sorry. It's going to give us an error about this metadata. So we'll remove the metadata and turn this into a client component. And that's just a Next.js specific thing. All right, refresh. Cool, looking good so far. Still getting in the cart, perfect. Everything's working as expected. The next thing we want to do now is actually to develop our cart slice and basically show like, okay, we want to add to cart, we want to remove from cart, or, increase number of this, etc., etc. So what we're going to do for this is we are going to, first things first, we want to be able to add to cart and increase the value of the number of items in the cart. So I guess we want in our cart slice, we want our cart to be, we want our cart count possibly to be a number. Cart count to be a number. And then, what should we do? I'm going to say cart item to be cart item to be an object with a title, title, that's a string, and a price, that's a number, that's a number. And to start with, the title will be nothing, and the price will be 0. And that should be everything we need in order to get this going. So then we could actually kind of use some of this. Let's see if it works. Because what I want to do is I want to increase the cart count every time the plus button is pressed, and then decrease the cart count every time the minus button is pressed. And then on top of that, I want to add items to the cart and possibly clear the cart and remove items from the cart. So those are the two things we kind of want to do right now. So let's see if, let's define an object reducer, sorry. We'll say add to cart. It's going to take in the state and state.cart item equals action dot payload action dot payload. And I should just repurpose this. what did it say? Its number is not. Maybe I can make cart count a number within here. Just change to count. Count 0. Count 0. Dot push. Let's try that. Action not payload. Oh, I know. Oh. Equals. Back to equals. All right, sorry, it was just a TypeScript error. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that didn't need to be as complicated as it was. I'm wondering now if I should go back and try the count. Let's see if it works, and if it doesn't work, we can update the count. So the first thing I want to do is I want to hook up my toggle to see if that's working. So I'm going to say, instead of count equals 0, it's going to be count equals use app selector. And we'll say, it already had the one selector hooked up for us, so we can use that. And it's going to be, we also need to pass out an add to cart. It's going to be select count. So we'll say select count. And that's going to be from our cart slice. And I think it's actually the correct syntax is state dot cart. Actually, yeah, no, we don't need to do that. State dot cart item dot count. Sorry, we're not going to use the select count because I want to grab it like that. All right, so we have the count, and that is going to be our count. So in theory, the count should still be 0, which is not unexpected because that's what we've initialized it to be. Or sorry, the count down here for our toggle should still be 0, which is actually good. The next thing we want to do is hook with a button. We'll say on click, and we need to use dispatch. So let's say const dispatch. This is how we hook into our hook. We'll say our dispatch hook. We'll say use app dispatch. We'll call that. And then we'll say on click, we want to go ahead and dispatch. And there were those two actions, those two reducers that we created. We want to say dispatch decrement for the subtract. So we'll import that. So we'll dispatch decrement. Oopsies. And on click for the plus button, we want to do the same thing, but increment, I believe, if we have them named correctly. Cool. So in theory, when I hit plus, great, it's adding, and when I hit minus, it's subtracting. Awesome. So that's good. So the toggle's working, hooked to Redux, good to go. The next bit we want to do is the actual cart itself. And this is where I'm wondering if I should probably separate the two, because I think it's going to get a little bit confusing. Yeah, let me go back and separate them really quickly. Because I think otherwise this is going to become a little bit difficult. I think it's going to overwrite. Well, I guess maybe we do want it to overwrite the count. So let's go with it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. All right, so now for the cart, not for the cart, sorry, for the product, the add to cart button. So for this button, now we want to add an on click that does the same thing. On click, we want to, and we're going to have to import our dispatch again because this is a different component. Say const dispatch equals use app dispatch. And then we'll say on click, we want it to dispatch add to cart, and it's going to add to cart the product. So we'll say product, and how will we know how many? I think we're gonna have to work with the state a little bit more. So I'll say const product count equals use app selector, and we'll say state cart item dot count is going to be our product count, and then we're going to say we're going to pass product comma count is product count. So that way we have a count that is associated with our toggle for our product count. I think that's how we want to do it. And then the last bit we're going to need to do now is actually grab our stuff and put it into our cart. So we'll say const, I'm going to say const cart equals use app selector. I'm going to say, again, state. I'm going to say state dot cart item. We'll call it cart item. And then we'll say for the title, it's going to be cart item dot title. For the price, or actually, let's spread it out here. So we'll say const title price count equals cart item. So we'll do that. So we'll get rid of these two. Oh, and I forgot the image source. That's actually very important. So I need to add that to our data. Sorry about that. Or you know what? Because we know that this is sort of like what we're going to be working with, we'll just give it the default image source for now. But you would want to pass that in. Icon, card, image, thumbnail, probably this. Okay, good. And then instead of number of items, it's going to say count. But actually, we don't need to set that there. And then we'll say total price here. So these are what we're working with. And then, yeah, instead of modifying all of these, I can just change this back to be title. So we've grabbed all of those details. I think we should be good. So if we've hooked it up correctly, there should be nothing in the cart. Oops, nope, that's not going to work. Oh, sorry, just a little error. Missed a slash. All right. Okay, so the image is there already, which is fine. But if we've hooked it up correctly, when I hit +++, I think it should go up to 3. So it's 3 but no item, which is not ideal. But when I hit add to cart, we have our fall limited edition sneakers, $125 times 3 items, $375. So yeah, basically we've been able to connect the toggle button here and the add to cart functionality, which grabs all of this product information and send it to the cart using Redux. So we're doing that by, and then grabbing all of that information from Redux using our selector and displaying it on our page here. Again, this is using the cart slice. We actually didn't need to go back and do these cart counts again, although you could separate those. The reason I was thinking about separating them is because it might override it when we submit the cart item, but then we would want it to do that. But at the same time, we want the count to be associated with the cart item. Like, we don't want to be able to increase the count. So that's something to play around with when you're doing this. But yeah, we were basically able to use the sort of boilerplate that we get from Redux in order to build this. Project number 2, job board with filtering. In this project, we'll build a job board with category-based filtering. But why is this important? Because filtering and working with data is something that you'll face constantly as a front-end engineer. All right, so as you can see here, the design is pretty simple, straightforward. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the design. What's important here is really the filtering. So you can see that we have these different job titles. You know, we have the company, the like logo, things like that. But then they have all of these different sort of tags, I guess you want to call them. So front end, senior, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, full stack, etc., etc., etc. And the reason these are important is because in the design, when you click on them, it actually filters the entire list for these particular tags. So let's go ahead and start building that out and get this show on the road. All right, so the first thing I want to build, or first thing I want to take a look at actually, is the colors. What colors are we working with here? What's the background color? Things of that nature. I think, yeah. We've got the app up and running. Also, the design is going to be, where is it? This is the design for this project. And it's actually one of the free designs from Frontend Mentor. So if you want to follow along, you can definitely do that for free. I'll leave the link to that down in the description below. And as usual, using the Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter. If there's another language or combination you want me to try out, let me know in the comment section down below. All right, and so yeah, the app is all started. I've gone ahead and dropped in the data.json file that we're going to be working with, as well as the images that I've gotten from the starter files as well. So taking a look at the data.json file, I think is probably just as important. So if we look here, it's an array of objects that have an ID, company, logo, and then roles, levels, and languages. So I think based on the design, we're going to be kind of focusing on roles, levels, and languages for our filters. So that's just something to be sort of cognizant of as we're building this out. So first things first, let's hop into the app. I'm going to clear out some of these default stylings. And I'm going to set that background color. Did I grab it? I'm going to set this background color to, let's see. Maybe this one here. Let's try that. So body, HTML, background color. Oops. Okay. Cool. Let's give it a refresh. And open up the page. Cool, looking good so far. All right, so we have the background color. I'm guessing this is some sort of image that we have there. So let's see if we can drop that in on the top there. Let's take a look at our images, see if we have it in there. Background header, desktop. Yeah, so it's probably gonna be that. So I'm gonna copy that path. I'm just gonna drop it in as an image from next image. Alt equals header, image, width 100, height 100. Then we're going to set the style to be width 100 view width. Oops, not 11, 100 view width. Cool. Awesome, and looks not too bad. The other piece, oh, I guess maybe there's a background color there as well. So that's just the top. I guess there's some sort of like, yeah, this I guess is the background color. Interesting. Okay. The other piece is that we don't want there to be any margin. So we'll say margin 0. Cool. So let me see if I can, I wonder if I can set a background color on an image. I think we can. Background color. I think we did that. There, perfect. Okay, awesome. So we have our background, good to go. Next step is we want to basically just create one of these like boxes, these cards, and then we're just going to map through our data, and we'll only have had to build it one time. So let's create another component. Okay. Folder components. We'll say new file, job, listing. And so within the job listing here, I'm going to make this a client because I have a feeling we're going to be using a lot of state in this. So yeah, what we have here is we have an image, we have this sort of like left section of data, and then the right section of the tag. So I think I'm looking at it as like they're going to be two sections, and then within those sections we'll break it down a little bit further. So first section is going to be with our image. We're also going to take in a bunch of props here. So we'll say Image source is a string. What else do we need? Company, string. Actually, we can just borrow. We can borrow pretty much all of this here. Oops. Get rid of ID. We don't need that. We'll do company, string. We can call it logo, string. New and featured. Yeah, we do want those. So those will be Booleans. Position. Yeah, that'll be a string. Role, also a string. Level. Post ad. Do we need that? Okay, we do need that. I'm assuming we probably need all of the data except for the ID. I actually might need the ID, to be honest. Cool. And those are our props. So we'll pull all of these in here. Oops, get rid of that. And again, if you're not using TypeScript, you can skip this bit. But just having everything typed correctly will make our lives a whole lot easier. Props. Good. All right, we should be good. Try not just formatting it. Okay, weird. Oh, maybe it's a special word. So new job. New job. Yeah, it might be just because new is like a kind of special word. All right, so yeah, so we're gonna make two boxes. And that outside box, that's going to be our larger container. It's going to set it to a display of flex. And then we're going to say justify content. We want to set it to space between so that they separate. And then within the first box now, we're going to have our image. So we're going to take import image from next image. The source is going to be the logo. The alt is going to be, let's say, company. And then the width is going to be, let's see what that is, 88, and the height is going to be 88. We'll start with that. And then next to that now we're gonna have a little sort of typography situation here. So we'll say typography. So it's gonna be photo snap or whatever the company name is. So we'll say company. The color of this is going to be this. Font weight, we got 600. And then we want to have these two like optional new or featured. And so if new is true, also show this. So we'll say so this is going to be like an inner box. So if new is true, show, let's do another typography element. Let's say new. And then we'll say, oops, color is, is this. weight is, let's say 600 as well, 600. And the color is going to be white. Good. That's one. Second one is going to be featured. And pretty much the same thing, except this is going to be the background color. And we also should have set the border radius. I'm going to say 1 rem. Cool. So those are those two. And then also we only want to show it, say, if new is true. So say new job. And we only want to show this if it's a featured job. So featured. Okay, cool. So that's that first row. Second row, we want the title. Nice and simple. Fill is going to be this color. Bold 22. So that's going to be the, was it the role or position? Position. That's going to be the position. Position. And then color, right? Okay, looks good. And then bottom part here, we're gonna have three different, sort of three different indicators, I guess, of status. So I'll make one more box down here. Good, and then what images do we have here? Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 3 typography elements. One is going to be posted at, contract, and location. Those are the three. So posted at, and then I'll just go ahead and style one because it's going to be pretty similar. Also size 18. And the color is going to be this. And then I'm just going to make 3 of them. Post at, what was it, contract and location. So it's a contract and location. We're going to save those 3. Yeah, that looks so far so good. So let's start with that. I want to go ahead and try and map through our data real quick. So, oh, and you know what? I didn't even style the outer box, just kind of left it and just assumed it would work. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's style the outer box just slightly. So background color, white, padding, 2 rem, border radius, 1 rem. Cool. And all right, now let's map through the data. We'll say, import data from data.json. What are the dots? ./data/ oops. Data/data.json. All right, cool. So importing data from data.json. And then we're going to map through it. So we'll say data.map for each job. We want to go ahead and return a job listing. And we're going to pass in all of the props, all of the job props. And then the key is going to be job.id because that is unique. New job. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change this new to new job. tools. Oh, okay. So now it's just telling me I have an error in terms of the type. So I'm going to say this could be an array of strings or just an empty array. Okay, cool. And that seems to fix the issue. Perfect. All right, so then if we go to our page here, we're starting to see that starting to show up, which is pretty cool. I think, yeah, we definitely want to make some modifications, but so far so good. One thing I want to do on the page here is I want to actually wrap this in a container. Container. Just to keep it a certain size. We'll say max width is going to be large. I think, yeah, that should be good. Good. And then we'll say margin, maybe 0.5 rem, maybe 1 rem. Okay, and then we need to fix this. Which box is it? Yeah, this box, we'll say. Make that a flex box, perfect. It's not looking too bad, actually. Say padding, 0.5. Good. We'll add a little padding there. We'll say display flex, align items to the center. And then for these, let's see, this is the left box. So I'm going to say flex 0.5, and then justify content space between. No, that's not going to look great. All right, let's not do that. Let's do a margin. Margin right 1 rem. That's why it's consistent across all of them. Good. And then this box is all the text. This box is the company job, that first line. All right, cool. We'll say good. I wonder about the second denominator. Let's just give it the margin. Good. And then do the same thing down here. And then for position, we'll say so by focusing on putting the style in the middle element, I'm just avoiding putting it on every other element as many times. And then oh no, that's not the one I want. We'll say line item center. Good, and that looks pretty decent, you know? The next piece I want to get onto now is the logic. So if, so for the sort of these like little squares, we want to decide how we're going to loop through them. So that's going to be in this box here. This is the tags. And how do we want to do? I think I'm going to start by making a tag. It's just going to be that little box. It's going to take in it's going to take in a tag, and it's going to, actually that's going to be a typography element. Should be a typography element. Oops. Typography element with, should be really a button, I think, actually. Button. And then the color of the text is going to be this. I think it's actually probably like 0.5 rem. That's probably going to be the rem all around. Oh, we should import. We'll just change this to button. And I probably could just leave this as a client component because we're going to have to do something on the on-click. All right, so then now what I want to do is I want to make a list of all the possible tags. So I'm going to say const tags equals, so what have we determined is going to be? The role, the level, the languages, and the tools. The role, the level, the level, the languages, and the tools. All right, so we're going to say tags are going to be role, which is a singular, level, which is a singular, and then we're going to say languages and the tools. And so those should be our tags. So then now at the bottom here, we can go ahead and map through our tags. So we can say tags.map for each tag. We want to go ahead and return the tag. Right, there we go. And we're going to pass in tag. And then the key is going to be tag dot. Probably not going to be unique. Okay, that works. So yeah, now we have our tag. And so, okay, good. We have the, oh, okay. Okay, that's probably not the right background color then. That's definitely not the right background color. What color is that? Let's see if there's a, no, there's no design. Or you know what I could do? Just grab that color there. Good. All right, so that's going to be the background color. Okay, awesome. So we have our tags. Not too bad. Go back to the job listings. I'm going to say align items center. Oops, center. And then I'm going to give them a little bit of margin. I'm going to say margin. Okay, cool. So we have our tags now. So looking pretty good. The next thing that we want to do, we want to set up our logic now because we've gone ahead and done, we're pretty much done with the design. A couple things we have to change, like the overflow you know, other than that, we want to make sure that the actual logic is working. So looking at the design, okay, it looks like this like box comes up with the tag after you've clicked on it. So we want to say on click, when you click on a tag, anything that does not have that tag, disappears. Okay, so basically we want to create a filter on the job listing page, or sorry, on the main page, right? Because we just don't want to display the job listing at all. Okay. Let's do const selected tags and set selected tag. Oops. Set selected tags. State. Good. Okay. So then there are two ways we can handle this. Because we have access to our data, we could create a separate object that's just called tags and make our lives a lot easier. Or we could try and work with what we have and do that. Let's try and work with what we have first and see if we can do that. So we'll say set selected tags equals set selected tags. And that's going to be, we'll bring that into job listing. Okay, so then tags, basically we're going to end up passing it down here to the tag. Because, yeah, once you click on the tag, or do we have it in the job listing itself? So you can say, like we have the tags, and then we have, say, const add tag. And we could say take in the tag name, and say set selected. Oh yeah. Set selected tags. And actually I need to pass in selected tags. Okay. There's going to be selected tags is going to be selected tags, comma, tag name. Or I could just do, no, selected tags. We can just say const new tag list equals selected tags, tag name. And then we say selected tags to new tag list, like a string. String is not assignable to parameter. Okay, we're just gonna start this. New tag list. Okay, great. And then we're gonna pass this down in our tags. We'll say add tag. Add tag. And we'll take our tags. We'll say add tag. Oops. String. And then on click, oops, out here, we'll say on click, we want to go ahead and add tag and add the tag, whatever that tag is. And in theory, that should work. Okay, so let's see if we can console.log selected tags. Let me see if that works. Okay. Oh, all right. Front end, okay. Front end and HTML. All right, so it's working. We have got an issue with the keys, but other than that, it's working. So good to go. Key is going to be, we'll try using the index. Okay. And then now, okay, so the tags are being added to the array successfully, so that's good. The next thing we want to do is filter this data for whatever tags are in our selected tags list. So we'll say const filter data. So we're going to say data dot, I think it's dot filter. Can we do, is there a contains? Includes, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking is we're going to say data.filter the job, and then job let's say const filtered data, and it's an empty array. So we'll say if job dot role does not equals oh shoot, how we do that? If job dot role data dot filter for each job, and then we want to say selected tags dot map for each tag. What if it's getting too complicated? And we say if job dot role does not equal to tag, then filtered data dot push job. Else if job dot was role level does not equals to tag, filtered data dot push job. Else if job dot languages, else if job dot languages not includes, basically. I want to do includes, but not includes. If job.languages includes, if not job languages dot includes tag filter data dot push job. And then finally, else if job dot, not dot languages, but dot tools filter data dot push job. Oops, job. Oops. Okay. Well, it's gonna say unnecessary. All right. And then, so that's the map. And then we want to return filtered data. Oh no, that's not right. A. We'll say effect. I'm gonna say that we want to filter, oops, filter data anytime the selected tags change. All right, and then we want to use filter. Oh, that's my bad. We want to say const filtered data set filtered data use state now we want to set filtered data. We're going to change this. Temp jobs, temp filtered array, save that, to temp filtered array. And then we'll say filtered data, I think. They probably just select the tags actually. All right, so then we want to take filtered data and map through that. Make a type here. We'll say type job. We'll add the ID. Okay, good. All right, so let's try this now. All right, we have no jobs. Let's console.log temp filter array. Let's see what that looks like. All right, empty. Console log job.role, comma, tag. Oh, are we not even getting into there? So we're getting the job, but then if I go here and try and log it again, we're not getting it. Oh, because selected tags doesn't have anything in it. Right. Okay, so what we really need to do is say if selected tags.length is greater than 1, then do this. Else, do that and do this. Yes. Else, actually filter data could just start off as data. Nope. Okay. Else set filter data to be data. If it's just the types that are throwing us off. Let's do that. All right, so if I take off this. Okay, good. So then front end, full stack. Okay. Midweight, senior, junior. Oh no, it's just making a longer list. All right, so that's not quite what we wanted to happen there. But at least something's happening. So we're part of the way there. All right, so if selected tags.length is greater than 1, if selected tag.length is greater than 0, okay. How do we get so many different answers? Where are we logging? Let's see where we're logging. Okay, so on line 49, it's a temporary filtered array. We have 10 possible options. I think I clicked on front end. The role is front end. So the role is front end for all of them. No, but the role is full stack for that one, so it should be gone. Okay, so maybe rather than push, it's up. Is it pop? Right. Okay, so if job.role does not equal tag. Oh, and it's doing it for every tag. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little tags list for each of them, because that's just going to be way, way easier than trying to collate them. All right, so we're going to say tags. And tags is going to be an array, and it's going to contain anything that we're going to use as a tag. So front end, so it's going to be the role, the level, and the languages and the tools. And that's what we're going to work with, because that's going to be a lot easier than us trying to make this data structure work. Okay, awesome. So now we have our tags for each job. We can basically skip a lot of this filtering stuff to make our lives look like this double filtering. So I'm gonna get rid of this. All right, and then we're gonna say, so data.filter through the job, and we're gonna say if job.tags includes, then we map to the tag. So we say data.filter that, and we say selected tags.map for each tag name. We'll say if job.tags includes tag name, then simply, what do we do? If job.tags includes tag name, we actually want it. So I think I was doing backwards before. We actually want to show it. Yeah. So we want to say temp filtered array dot push job. And then once we do that, we set that filtered array data dot filter. Outside of that, we want to set the filter data to temp filtered array, and then we want to say if selected tags dot length is greater than 0, then we call filter. Actually, it's probably going to give me an error here. Oh, no, okay. Filter data. All right, what are we getting now? Okay, front end. Awesome. Okay. Same key, okay. Okay, so now it's just making it longer though. That's the issue. It's like just pushing on top of that. Let me see, console.log. Filtered array. So we've got it so it's working with one tag. Want to see if we can do it with 2. If not, well, at least we have it working with 1. Okay. Yeah, that's on 34. Oh, we have another console log on 52. Okay. Front end, okay. They say senior. We get 7. So what do we get in the first? Okay, so it adds 1. Oh, it like doubles the first one. Okay, so then what we can do is we can say that filtered data has to be unique. It's a new set. Yeah, we'll say set filtered data. We'll say const unique filtered data equals new set of filtered data. We'll put that up here. And then we'll map through unique filtered data. Oh, okay, never mind. I feel like this is the right path. Or we just want to say right, because what it's saying here, if I click front end and I click senior, if we go to the data, there's actually probably only one senior. Okay, this is the only one with a senior role. So really, it should just show that one role. So why is it showing more than one? Why is it still showing the rest? Is it not clearing it? I think it's just not clearing it. So I wonder if that would work. No. All right. Oh no, well, then it looks like there's more than one. Oh no, this is the same one. Okay. I wonder why it's not just clearing it. Or maybe it's checking for both of them. So it's checking for front end. Yeah. Okay, that's the issue. Okay. But so far so good. It seems to be working pretty well with just the singular filter. So if you want to just filter for one thing, that seems to be working pretty well. Yeah, I don't want this to drag on too long, but maybe you can do a part 2 where we filter for more than one variable. Project number 3, responsive business landing page. As a front-end developer, you need to know how to style your work so that it's responsive and true to the design. In this next tutorial, you'll learn how to build a beautiful, responsive landing page for a fictional business site. It's the perfect way to show off your styling and layout skills. So today we're just going to be building this fairly straightforward landing page. Being able to build a landing page is something that's so important for a front-end developer because it's something that a lot of businesses will have you or commission you to do just so that they can get their business up and running. So let's go ahead and get this started. I've gone ahead and spun up the app as usual. I've downloaded the files from Front-End Mentor. Again, this is one of their premium challenges, so you do have to have a subscription to access the assets. But I do think if you're trying to get into front-end development, and if you're really serious about the career, and if you can afford it, of course, it's definitely worth the investment. So yeah, I got the assets from Front-End Mentor. I'll leave a link to that down in the description below. And then I'm using this starter Material UI Next.js TypeScript app router starter, which I'll also link in the description below. So I haven't done anything to it yet, just spun it up. So I'm going to go ahead and modify some styles in here. I want to go ahead and set the background color to whatever color that page is. So I'm going to set the body and the HTML to be whatever color this is. So let's see if we can grab that desktop. I think it's this cream or the cream white we're going to be using here. So let's try and grab that. Yeah, let's grab that and use that as a background color for now. We can always change it if it's not right. But yeah, being able to just build a quick landing page I think is super important. So let's see how we can speed through this, not necessarily in a rushed fashion, but just in a way that's going to make it look good and worthwhile for our audience. So when I'm looking at a landing page, I want to really think about the entirety of the design. So if you notice here, the top section is light, and then there's this darker lower footer here at the bottom. But that impacts how I set my background and my background colors. So I've gone ahead and set the body background color to this this light color, but I'm also going to want to set it to this darker cream color, the lower footer section. So that's something to be to consider, to be thinking about when you're building. And then also the other bit is that there is this there's this container that we're obviously using for everything that's within the app. So thinking about using a container from the get-go will help with a lot of that stuff. So yeah, just 2 things I'm thinking about as I'm about to dive in and build this project. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drop a container in this section of the app and leave the box on the outside so I can put the footer outside of the container later, or maybe do some stylings with it outside. So I'm just leaving myself room to do that. So we're going to have the container here, and sorry, it's going to be the max width is going to be large, and then let's start by building the nav. So I'm going to create a folder here, because the other thing is when you're building a landing page for a client, you want to make sure that you keep your files very organized, because usually they're going to ask for changes. And if everything's kind of spaghetti code, it's going to be difficult and hard to maintain when you do have to come back and make those changes. So we're going to create a box, and then I'm guessing this is probably it's probably a logo, so we're going to use that. The other thing I'm looking at is how often am I using the same style. So for instance, the logo is repeated twice, but it's probably just an image. But that could be its own component. So we might make a component for the logo. And then these 2 buttons, the request beta access, they're similar in style, but they're not exactly the same. So I think we can use a base for that and make our code a little bit more semantic by doing that. So I'm going to create another component, and it's going to be logo.tsx, and what it's just going to be is that image from Next.js. And so the source, let's see if we have it, would be in here in the images files. Yeah, we have a logo, so I'm just going to copy that path. Logo, and because it's the same size, I can just use whatever size. I think it's at 78 by 24. or width is going to be 78. And that's going to be our logo. So we can now import the logo into the nav logo and just use that right off the bat. So just clean up our code, keep things nice and organized. Then the next thing is we want to create this button, right? So again, I'm going to create a button style. I'm going to call it beta button. You can call it whatever you want. I just do know that when I call it button, it does interfere with the Material UI button import, so I try to avoid that, just to make my life a little bit easier. All right, so we're gonna say button, and let's take a look at it. So there are gonna be two versions of this button. There's like a light button and a dark version. So we'll say interface, props, and we'll say, should I call it version? We'll say color scheme, and color scheme is going to be a string. We'll say color scheme, and we'll take that. Those are props. So depending on the color scheme, we're going to display different colors for the button. So for the color, let's just start, start somewhere. With the color, it's going to be dark blue. I'm guessing this is maybe the same dark blue. Yeah, dark blue is going to be for the background. So actually what I'm going to do is create two quick constants. We're going to say dark blue is this. And I'm going to say, what color is this? I guess it's that cream. I think that's that cream color. Const cream equals that. All right, and we're gonna interchange between those two colors. So we're gonna say the color of the text is color scheme, and we can also do another quick check. We say const get color scheme. We'll say if color scheme equals light, we can return light, else return dark. Or how would we do this? No, let's not do it like that. Let's just say color scheme equals light. If yes, then return dark blue for the color so we can read the text, else return cream. And that'll be our check. We'll just do color scheme equals light, and that'll be our check. So the color, we could do the same thing with the background color. Light, if yes, the background color is going to be cream. Otherwise, the background color is going to be dark blue. And then the border. The border is probably going to be the same. Or no, if it's light, it's going to have a border. Color light. Border is going to be one pixel solid dark blue. Otherwise, it's not going to have a border. And what else? And then we just need the general styles, I think. So looks like it's just normal text. Maybe some font weight could be added. Font weight 600. We'll add some padding. Maybe 1 rem on top, 2 rem on the left and right. Maybe we can give it a max width, or maybe we'll give it a fixed width of 219. Oops. Or you could do like a certain width of the page. You could maybe say 5 view width, if that's preferable, just something that, so they're both consistent there. So we can do that there. And then the text is actually going to be the same. So we can just put in, we can hard code the text, but the text could be another property that you take in depending on how many times you're going to use this button, right? So that'll be our beta button. We're going to bring the beta button into the nav. save that. And then I'm going to say color scheme for the nav is going to be light. The other thing I want to do is turn this outer box into a flex box. And then I'm going to have them spread across the page by setting the justify content property to be space between. So I'll save that. Next thing we want to do is actually import our nav so we can see it. So let's bring it into our main page. Save that. And let's see what we have so far. All right, cool. So we have our suite. We have request beta access. I think we do need to override a couple of styles still, but it's looking not too bad. Let's go back to the button. We'll say text transform is going to be none. And then the width, I think probably 10 view width, maybe 20 or 15. 15 view width. Yeah, that looks a lot better. What else is missing? What else is missing? I think actually that's probably the wrong cream color. It should be the same cream color. That's the background. So let me copy that and set that here. Oh no, that's the same cream color as the background. So that the background isn't being set to that cream color. Body HTML. Interesting. Not sure why that's not being set. Oh, you know what it is? I put it in quotes. That's why. I was like, why is this not working? There we go. Okay, good. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. I think maybe just a little less padding on the button, and we should be good. Yeah, that's a little bit better. All right, so we have the button. I think we're going to add a little bit of margin to the top of this nav. Maybe the top and the bottom. Say margin, top and bottom. Oh, sorry, that is on the button itself. We want it on the nav. Okay, good. And then we can move on to the next bit. So let's build out our hero next. So I'll create a new file, hero.tsx. And you can also make folders within this as well to make your life a little bit easier if you know you're going to be using, like you have a nav section, stuff's only in the nav, just to make your life a little bit easier. So we'll see if we need to do that as we add more components to this. So we'll say box. And then, okay, so it's going to be this, these. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is there like, it's like there are two layers. I'm wondering whether to absolutely place the image or the text. I think probably the image I'll try and absolutely place. And then have the text be in its own layer. I think that's probably the best approach. So yeah, taking a minute to sit and think about how you're going to implement something is really important. Again, you might not come up with the right implementation if you do think about it, but if you don't think about it, you're almost definitely not going to come up with the right implementation. So let's, okay, I think it's this image we want to use, so I'll copy the relative path for that. And we're going to start with the image. Thought we grabbed the relative path. There we go. So that's the image. We're gonna say alt equals phone. And I want to try something. I want to see if I set the height to like 100, width to 100, and then if I override it in the style, if that works. So we'll say height is 40 view height, and width is, let's say, 20 view width, and I'll drop the hero on the main page so we can take a look. That actually might have worked. Let's see if we keep modifying it, if it changes. Okay, yeah, so that's working. Great. So yeah, I wanted to do something that was a little bit more dynamic and responsive, but because Next.js requires you to set the height and the width, it wasn't giving me that option. So this is great. Now we can actually be a little bit more flexible with what we're doing. So we'll use that. That actually doesn't look too bad. And again, we can change it if we need to. Then I wanted to go ahead and set the position to be absolute. Because yeah, it's going to be absolutely placed. And then maybe I'll set the right to be maybe 200. Or maybe about 700. Okay, somewhere in the middle, 500. Yeah, because it's a little bit off to the right. So yeah, I think that's good for that. I think we'll leave that there and keep going. So the next bit now is I'm going to make a little box here, and this box is going to contain all of our text. So it's going to be these two, a super solution and these numbers here. And I want to see what else. What other images we have? Pattern, curve line. So there's a kind of curve line we could implement as well. We'll see how much stress that gives us. All right, so we'll say a super solution for your business. So this is going to be our H1. So we'll put in a typography element here. We'll say variant equals H1. We'll drop in the text. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the bold tags for this. So I'm going to say, set the color first to this. The size of the text is probably going to be, there we go, heading XL, 72. So we'll say font size 72 pixels. I'm not sure if that's what it was already. Oh, and it's going to give me an error because I haven't imported it correctly. Good. Okay. Also probably need to set this maybe to -1 so it goes to the back. Or 0. Okay. Or maybe I set the Z index of this. So it comes to the front. No, yeah, I think -1. Let's see. It's just interesting that it's cutting off all of that. Maybe if I say background color, none. No, interesting. Or is it background none? It's interesting that it still cuts it off. Not sure why. But okay, we'll keep going forward from there. All right, so super solution for your business. I think the font weight is probably natively going to be 500. And then what we'll do is we'll use the bold tag for super solution and business. We could also use spans and set it, but seeing as the bold tag does everything we need it to do in one, probably just makes more sense to use that. So super solution for your business. Awesome. We then have this box here. And so also I'm going to make a separate box within the box to divide the left and the right. So this, then we're going to have another typography element. Variant is going to just be the body, and we'll grab this text. And we're going to grab, that's going to be our color. save that. Cool, have that. And then we'll drop in our button. And we can just drop in our beta button. So we'll say beta button. And then we'll say color scheme is going to be dark. We'll save that. And awesome, already styled, so it was useful making that beta button. So that's going to be the left side. Then we want to make the right side. So let's make another box. And it's going to be all of these numbers. So it's going to be 2K companies, 8 languages, 1.2 million leads. And I'm going to actually create another component for this. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say stat.tsx because it's pretty much the same styling for each of them. So I'm going to create a box. And I want to take in a title and the or a number and a label. Actually, not number, a statistic. Yeah. And because they're both going to be strings, and a label. Oops, label string. Save that, statistic, label, and then we'll have 2 typography elements. The first one is going to display the statistic. Oops. And the statistic is going to be this dark blue color. And the height is 48, and it's going to be bold, a little bold. So we have this, oops, and I put that all on the wrong piece. That's supposed to go here. Cool. Then for the second typography element, that's going to be the label. I think it's probably going to be the same color, but I could be wrong. Could be that. Oh, it's a gray color. Never mind. It's going to be the gray color. Gray. Text transform is going to be small. Text transform uppercase. And it's 1 rem, so we'll leave that as is. But yeah, that should be good. So we'll just loop through those within our hero. So I'm just going to create, I'm going to create a data.json. Because again, you never know. The client might start asking for additional information, additional data to be added. So by having all your data in one place, it just makes your life a little bit easier. So we'll say export const equals an array of objects that the statistic is going to be 2K plus label is going to be companies. Next one, oh, you know what? I could just copy and paste this so I don't have to keep spelling statistic. 8 languages. 8 languages. 1.2 million leads. Awesome. So we have our stats. So within this box here, what I want to do is map over stats. So I'll say stats, import that from data, stats.map over every stat, stat. And then we want to go ahead and return a, what do we call it? A stat. And that's going to take in a statistic, which will be stat.statistic. And it's going to take in a label, which is going to be stat.label. And it's going to need a key, which we'll use the label. Key equals stat.label, because those are unique identifiers in this case. Cool. So that looks pretty good. We have those there, so that's looking pretty decent. Oh, I said the height. I was like, why is why is it so small? Because I said the height, not the font size. All right, there we go. A lot better. I I don't like that it's overshadowing this. We might have to fix that, but we'll keep pushing forward with the hero for now. All right, so in this hero, let's look at the structure here. So we have the box that is holding both of these. So what I want to do with that is set that to be a flex box. So say set that to display a flex. So now left and right, that's exactly what we want to happen. And then now within these boxes, so this is the left-hand side typography box, we'll go ahead and also set that to a display of flex. But then we'll say set the flex direction to be column. So just kind of how it is right now. But I want to do this so I can do justify content space between and hopefully have them spaced out on the page. Yeah, a little bit. I think we need to probably set the height of this box for it to work fully. So we'll set the height to be, let's say 60 view height. About 60% of the page. Looks about right. Maybe 50 view height. And actually, you know what? Rather than setting it here, let's see if it works there. It might kind of go against what I'm doing. Oh no, that worked. Okay, good. So yeah, that'll be the height for that. And then the width, or no, the width, yeah, I do want to set the width of this. Or maybe set the flex. What if I set it to flex of 1? Does that make it any smaller? So flex of 0.5. It does make it a lot smaller. Okay. Let's do flex of 0.75. So I'm setting the flex of this box to be smaller. And then the width of the box, I think I should also set. So we'll say width. I wonder if I do 100% if that works. So I don't want to take the whole page. No. Width, let's do 80 view width. And I set these to, oh, you know what? I set those to display flex, but I didn't set it to justify content space between. So I'm wondering why it's not pushing the two apart, but I did not set that property. There we go. That's exactly what I want. All right, perfect. So that looks good. I think, yeah, generally speaking, that all looks good. Maybe we can set a bit of a margin on top of the whole hero, or of this part of the hero, I should say. Or even, you know what we could do? We could say display flex, 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 align items in the center. Maybe I do need, oh, maybe the height of this needs to be, yeah, that's it. All right, set that height. All right, cool. I'm wondering what I can do with this image. Like if I can just move it within this box, if it would show up. No. So I put it on top, it shows up. But I don't want to go on top of my text. I wonder if there's like a background position prop. Background position. Okay. Top, left, center. Okay, let's try this. Let's try setting it rather than the image. Comment that out. Let's try setting it as a background position situation. So we'll say background image is URL, I believe, and that. Okay, good. So far so good. We'll say background repeat, no repeat. And then background position, let's borrow something like this. So we'll say background position. Let's do 60% and 10%, just to see what it does there. Okay, yeah, and that looks pretty good. Pretty much what we want there. So I think that was the better move there, to set it for the background rather than trying to make it its own image. So learn something new every day. Let's see, background size. I think we want to do contain. Yeah, perfect, perfect. And is 60% good? Yeah, 60% is pretty decent. So I'm pretty content with that. I think we can move on to the next part of the landing page. So we have our hero. That is good to go. We can close that out. But as you can see, we start creating new components, and you know, it starts to get slowly more and more complicated. All right, so the next piece we want to build is kind of like our last major component, and then we'll build the footer and we'll be done. It's this, I don't know, it's not quite a CTA. It's just like an info card sort of thing with a picture of the CEO. So I'll just create a new file and we'll call it info. We'll save that. And we'll start by creating a box. And now for this, so there's the picture of the CEO and the text. So I guess we're going to want to do an image on one side. And we're going to do an image because it's meant to be prominent in the frame. And then it's going to be image Jeremy, I guess is his name, large. And it doesn't appear that there are any background pictures. Pattern blur, pattern carved line, pattern blur. I'm not quite sure what pattern blur is, so I might have to take a look at that. But let's use image Jeremy large for this image. Alt equals CEO. And then now that we know our trick, we can just set it to whatever, just so it doesn't give us an error. And then we can set the style to be, height is what, like 40 view height. Width, I wonder if we can just set the width to 100%. That would be happy. And we should also bring it into our page so we have it. Okay, no, we do not want 100% width on that. Let's say 15 view width. Okay, that's not too bad. The quality's not super great. Maybe that's why they gave us so many different images, but that's not too bad. So we'll roll with that for now. And then we need to do this background piece right here. So we're going to set the background to be this dark blue. Going to be that. And this is going to be, we do want it to be a bit of a limited height. And I think I might end up doing the position absolute with this. So maybe everything we learned from the last one we can apply here. We're going to say height is going to be, let's say 35 view height, and width. Width is going to be 100%. Ah, and it said not spelled right either, so that's that too. All right, cool. So that looks pretty good. Next thing we're gonna want to do is want to curve the edges on this. I don't know if that's the next thing, but that's the next thing we're gonna do. We'll say border radius is gonna be 1 rem, and we want to place Jeremy. We'll say bottom 0. Not quite right. Top 0. Oh no, that's not quite right either. Bottom 0 was a lot closer. All right, we'll worry about placing Jeremy in a minute. Let's drop in our other text. So I'll create another box here, And I'll use a typography element for our text. Typography. Yeah, because maybe I don't have to absolutely position him. What if I just set the bottom to 0? No, that has absolutely no effect. All right, we'll figure out a good way to do this. But we have our text, so I'm going to set this to be an H2. Oops. Variant equals H2. Drop that in there. And the color is going to be this color. The size is going to be heading large, 46. Or 48, sorry. Yeah, 3 around. And the font weight should be normal, but then for work should be bold. So we'll do the same trick using the B tag and make that bold. And then we'll set this. This will be the next typography element. We're gonna drop that in there. It's gonna be that cream color. I think it's slightly different color. Color's gonna be this. And then we have title of the CEO, or the name, I guess. $800. And then we'll have, CMO. Whoops. Oh well. We'll drop that in there. Change this, CMO. And that'll be that. Okay, so we have this second box. I'm just gonna set it to display flex. And flex direction of column, and justify content of space between. That's going to be that. Okay, so it's showing up down there. What I want to do here then is I also want to set this to display of flex so that it shows up on the right side. Perfect. Oh, and I do need to set the colors for those last two. The color for this is going to be this color. And the color for this is going to be this color. Oops. Okay, cool. Not too bad. The other piece we want to do here with these two, we want to say display flex, justify content, space between. I don't want this one to be so big. This like section, so I'm gonna try and set it. Let's see if the flex 1 should be default, so maybe flex 0.5. Yeah, let's try 0.5. That's much closer to what we want actually, so I think we should go with that. Maybe I'll just add in some padding to this whole thing. Yeah, it looks 88 pixels of padding, so let's do that. Which is 5.5 RAM. Or maybe the padding actually goes in this box. It looks like there's margin here, so let's maybe set this to margin. There we go. I like that a lot better. And maybe he's a bit bigger than height 589. Height. Width 359. Okay, that's much bigger. The quality is really terrible. I wonder if there's a better image. We could use a WebP. Oh, large at 2x. Oh, okay, let's do that. Refresh and see if it gets any better. Okay, still kind of rough. Maybe that's something we can't fix. But the height is probably going to be closer to 50 view height. I think that's what we've discovered there. And the width is going to be closer to 20 view width, maybe 60 view height. Yeah, that looks a lot closer to what we're trying to go for. And then this, the height of this inner box here, probably closer to 50 view height. And then we can increase the margin as well, probably 88 pixels. Maybe set that to 0.75. No, let's leave that at 0.5. Okay, so it's getting there. I mean, it kind of is in the flow, you know? I think we could actually move the margin back to this outer box now that we've done that and possibly set it to padding. But it's more, No, let's leave it back where it was. And then we'll set some padding. We'll say margin. Or maybe we could say align self center or justify self center, something like that. Or just align self flex end. There we go. That's looking better. All right. Then we'll say justify self center. That did not do anything. Let's see if we can set it with margin. Or margin left. Let's just do margin left because really that's what I'm after. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. So we'll leave that as it is. There is this one image that I'm not quite sure if it's pattern blur, like if we're meant to use that for the little like background thing that's going on with him. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create another image. And I'm going to grab that. I'm going to use that. Say alt equals blur. Height 100, width 100. Let's see if it shows up. Okay, so yeah, this maybe is that thing that's going on behind him. I'm wondering how I would set this. Maybe if I wrap the two in a box. And then copy some of this. Align self. Flex end. Okay, good. Oh, okay, that didn't work. flex end, and then maybe set, how would I do this? Position absolute. And then just set the left. Don't set a margin left. Don't do that. Probably needs to be 20 as well. Position relative. Say top or bottom. 50%. Bottom. We'll say left. Try that. What if I put it be in front or before this? Oh, nope, that did not work. That was the opposite of what I wanted to happen. Say Z index -1. Oh no, it disappears completely. What if I did? I wonder if, can you do a background image on a background image? Okay, that kind of actually works. Let's say background, oops, ground, repeat, no repeat. Let's take out this extraneous box. Background, position, 10%, 25%, 100%. Okay, let's go 40%. That's pretty much it. And then how do I get the edges to be, oh, maybe background. Background size, let's say contain. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. Wow, put a background image on a background image. Fantastic. Maybe say 50%. And 50%. Oh, it totally disappears. Background. Where is it? It's like low. 70%. What do we do for background size? Contain, cover, 30%. Okay, let's try a percentage for the size. Let's try 50%. Let's try 150%. That's too much. Let's try 100%. Okay, maybe 120%. 130%. Yeah, so 130 is probably about where I start to see the edges. Maybe 120%. So it's there. It's not as prominent. Maybe I could make the image itself a little bit wider. Whoops, too wide. 22 view width. You know, give it a little bit more for the background size. But that's pretty cool that we can do that. So yeah, we'll leave that there. The other thing we want to do obviously is separate the top from the bottom, separate these sections. So I think, how am I going to do this? think what I'm going to do is just set some margin on this info box. So I'll say margin, top and bottom's like 10 view height. Maybe more than, and I'll set margin on, maybe that's something I should have. I made like a container box for each of the, the boxes there. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on the info box, but I'm gonna make it more. I'm gonna make it 20 view height. Okay, cool. So that's not bad. And then I think maybe we set the margin top. Whoops. Because the bottom margin is not that big, but the margin top is gonna be, let's say 40 view height. Like just really 30. It's gonna be 30 view height. Just really push it away. So we have that visual space. And then we have the footer. And now this comes to that background image issue, which I'm not quite sure how to deal with. Because it kind of starts at the bottom of the page and goes up halfway. So let's start building out the footer. And I recognize that I'm gonna have to put the footer here outside of the container. And probably just borrow this in the footer as the wrapper. Or no, I want to set a box. Then I want to do a container. I'll do those two. And I want the background color of that to be that. So I'll say. And I feel like I might have some issues with this, but let's start and go forward. So footer is imported. Oh, I should probably give it shape and size and stuff. We'll say width. Our height will be, I don't know, what? 40 view height. Width will be 100%. Okay, not bad so far. Yeah, there's a little bit of margin all around. I wonder if I can set that to 0. And that's just due to our CSS reset styles. I might just have to deal with that. I don't know if I set margin 0 here, if it's gonna throw everything off. Okay, it didn't throw it off too badly, so that worked. All right, good. So I'll take out this margin 0 here. And yeah, that's just part of the CSS reset. Like once I took out all the reset, it took out stuff that was supposed to be helpful. And then what do we do now? I think maybe we want to make it absolutely position. Position absolute. Bottom 0. Okay, so it went up. Okay, so it did the bottom 0 of the first page. Got it. Which is not what we want to do. I wonder if we need to put the footer within this info box for what I'm trying to do to work. Let's try that, see if that works. So put it inside info. Oops. Take it out of page. Okay. That's with bottom 0? No, that didn't work. All right, let's leave it how it is. Get it out of there. Let's take a look at how positioning works. Static, relative. For the normal flow, remove for the normal flow. Removed. I think maybe, maybe fixed is what we want to do. Oops, fixed. Yeah, no, not what we want to do. I think absolute. And then the bottom, I think that's just the issue I'm having is setting the bottom. Bottom 100%. No, that didn't set it at all. Bottom 0, puts it there. Bottom 100, moves it up. All right, so let's go bottom minus 1,000. I'm trying to avoid absolute like hard coding this because then it's going to give us an issue later. And then it disappears entirely. All right, I'm not loving this. I think I'm just gonna leave this as like a lower element for now, and if we can move it up, we'll move it up. If not, we'll leave it as it is. So we have our container here. We're gonna show our logo. We're going to, I'm gonna say max width equals large. And then SX equals display flex. And justify content is going to be space between. So we have our logo. We have a little tiny copyright thing here. Oops, typography. And then we have our 3 icons. So that's going to be a little box with little images. I'm going to grab the images from there. It's icon Facebook. Oops. Equals social icon. Did we not import image? Next image. So this should be typography. Okay, and then we just need 3 of them. And it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Save that. Okay, cool. Looks pretty good. I think we can make it even smaller. Oh, that's not even setting the width. All right, we'll say width. Good. Good. Justify content, space between, align items, flex, end, for that, no, center. Oh, it's because this is not the full thing. We set height here. Yeah, then if I set it to flex end, that would work. Give it a little bit of margin, padding, 4rem, 5rem, top and bottom 5rem. That looks pretty decent. And then I don't know if I should just translate this whole thing up. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I don't set the background color on this. Don't set the background color. Don't set the height. Or height is like 10 view height. 10 view height, you know, it's something really small. And then there's just this weird box in the background, which would be cool. Would be cool to do. What if I wrap it in another box? Just trying something. No, it can't get bigger than that. So maybe if the info was outside of the container. Yeah, and then I put a container within it. Right, background size and then background position, but I don't think it's gonna let me move it down. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So I think I'm just gonna skip out on that background color there, as like a separate element. What else? Oh yeah, I'm gonna put that back where it belongs. Oh yeah, that was, I think I changed it to 30. That's what it was. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip it as a separate element. I'm just gonna put the footer. I'm just gonna set the footer to that. Line items. Center. And then I'll set the margin top to that. Margin bottom to 0. Maybe 10 view height. Oops, got rid of the wrong one. Yeah, so we still have the footer. It's still a little bit different, but it's just not exactly what we were looking for. So not bad. But yeah, this was just a quick look at how, if you were going to build a landing page, you know, you could do it in a fairly organized manner, keeping your page pretty clean and, you know, labeling all your components and, you know, working with the styles and data and information provided from your client. Project 4 and Project 5. Advanced interaction heavy builds. You'll want to add 2 more advanced projects that showcase your ability to build and manage complex UI interactions. These will serve as proof that you can handle the kinds of challenges you'll face on the job. Alright, so as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward rock, paper, scissors game if you ever played. There actually is some rules too, so we can show those later. Basically, what you're going to do is you'll pick one of the 3, rock, paper, scissors, and then we'll surface which one you picked, and then the computer's going to be the other player. And so it's going to say the house picked, and then it'll show which one the computer picked. And then we're going to tally the score up in the top here, so we'll have a running total of how many times you've won, essentially, against the computer. And then, as I said, we'll have the rules as like a little pop-up modal at the bottom there. So pretty cool, pretty straightforward sort of game, but definitely gives us a lot of design challenges and things to work with. So let's hop into the project. So I've gone ahead and split up the app. This is using my Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter, using the app router that Next.js has. And then the design is from Frontend Mentor. This is actually one of their free designs, so definitely take advantage of it if you'd like to sort of build a game. It is one of the more advanced designs, so it definitely would look good on your portfolio. So to get started, I've gone ahead and brought in the images that they've provided to us. So they have rock, paper, scissors, you know, the different images that we need. And then, but the rest we'll have to build out ourselves. So I want to go ahead and first start by clearing out the styles here. These are just reset styles that I put in the starter. You can use them or not use them. And then, or probably that I left in the starter. But yeah, you use them or don't use them, up to you. And then, yeah, this is our homepage. So I think what I want to do is I want to figure out the logic of this as well as the design. I think the first thing I want to do is, let me start a new folder called components. And I'm going to have to create a custom button. And then maybe these different views, or just we'll switch what shows up depending on, yeah, which one you click. All right, so first things first, let's create the button. So I'll say new file, button, custom button. And you can change, you can call this anything, but I'm just thinking like these are all buttons. And so that's what we're gonna have as our rock, paper, or our scissors. So it looks like, yeah, there's just this outline, this colorful outline, and then, yeah, a little bit of shadow. And again, we don't have to be pixel perfect, but we want to try and get as close to the design as possible. I'm also going to create a new folder with the data, new file, data.json. And we're just going to quickly make our buttons. So we're going to say, what should we call it? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to call it selection. Probably, again, choose whatever name you want to use. We're going to say rock. I'm going to give rock the ID. I don't know if we'll need an ID, but I do like to give the ID just in case we do need it. And then I want to also give it the color, because we're going to have the, these colors are going to be specific. Actually, this, well, okay, we'll do paper first. I think it's this blue. That looks about right. And this is going to be the blue. So this is paper. And I'm just creating this little array of data so that when I loop through the buttons, it's a little bit easier. But totally not necessary. And I could also probably hard code it. We'll see. 3. I might end up actually having to hard code it now that I'm looking at it. But we'll figure that out. All right, cool. So we have rock there. With the button now, the button is going to take in it's going to take in the image. Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing. I need the image. Image. And then we'll say, oops, not what I was trying to do there. Paper. Copy relative path. So it's going to take in the image, which will be a string. It's going to take in the color, which will also be a string. I think that's it for the matter to us at this time. It might though. We might need to bring it into the button. All right, cool. So then this now is going to start off as a button. We'll style out a material UI button. And then the color, the border is going to be probably like 6 pixels or more solid. And then color, probably like 20 pixels. So the border, the border radius is going to be like 50 around. We're trying to make it a circle here. And then on the inside, we're going to have the image. Source equals image, alt equals, I guess we could take in the name. That would be a good accessibility feature. Alt will be the name. And then height, let's try 50, width, just putting in random numbers at this point. And then we can be specific after. And then on the home page now, I want to say import data from data/data.json. We'll say data.map, which button. And I don't think the map's going to work actually because I do need to place them specifically, but maybe that's another field we could pass to it. Let's say the key will be the ID, not button.id. Oh, and it's going to ask for color string. Oh, it's not name. It's okay. I'll just change this to name. Actually, that's a better word. Name, and then ID. Oh, okay. It doesn't need the I. Perfect. Okay, so then awesome. Not too bad considering this is a really rough mock-up. I think we're gonna make them a little bit bigger. 100 by 100. I guess the actual, maybe these are 75 by 75, but this is closer to height equals, let's go 200 pixels by 200 pixels, width, oops, not equals, 200 pixels, save that, okay. Yeah, not looking too bad. I think probably need to make this, as I said, like closer to 20. Looks pretty good. And then, yeah, we'll start off with that. As I said, I kind of want to get the logic right before we get too deep into the styling. So we have rock, we have paper, we have scissors. Now, what we want to happen is on click of the rock, paper, or scissors, we want to save that response. And then we want to do some sort of random call for the computer, and then if the two match, it's a tie. If rock, then we have to do the logic. So I think what we want to start, I think probably in this home page. We'll say use client because we're about to be using a lot of state here, and we want to say const user selection, set user selection, use state, we'll start with null, and then import from React, and then const computer selection, set computer selection, use state, null. All right. And so we'll pass in set user selection. Set user selection, and then we'll say on click selection to be, I'm going to pass it name. I think we'll use that. Or I can do ID. It doesn't really matter, but we're going to do name for now. So set user selection to name. Okay, so then it's not going to be any. It's going to be a string. Oh, and it's going to give me an issue there. We're going to take this to be string or null. And this is a TypeScript thing. Again, if you're not doing TypeScript, you don't have to do a lot of the stuff I'm doing here in terms of the typing. Okay, so set user selection. And then we want to get the computer. So say const get computer selection. So out of, I guess it's good we made data an object. So out of the data, we basically want to choose a random one. So I think, I looked this up earlier, you can do math.random. So you want to get a random, this is basically the actual function we want. We want to get a random number. Actually, I'm going to just copy this because that's pretty much exactly what we need to do. So we need to get a random number. Const get a random int. All right. And then max is a number. Whoops. Number. And I might move some of these into a utils function depending on how crowded this, or utils file, sorry, depending on how crowded this gets. But basically what we want to do is say const index equals get random int, and it will be 3. So yeah, 0, 1, or 2. Ooh, should we 0, 1, or 2? Const, it's going to give us an index. Okay, keep going. I might just add 1 to whatever the answer is. And then we want to set computer selection to be data index. And I think data index dot name. Sorry, data index dot name. There we go. And I think that is going to be how that works. So we get the computer selection, and then we say in a use effect, I think we want to call this when the user selection changes, we want to say set timeout. So this is going to basically give us a few seconds. And then, yeah, so we want to call get computer selection and then wait like 500 milliseconds or whatever. And then I want to just console.log user selection, and I want to console log computer selection. Yeah, I want to see if that works before we get too far into this. Okay, so refresh. Why is it giving rock already? Or maybe, okay, so it's automatically calling. This doesn't really matter, but, because I could just like fake, like it could have a choice already. I could just fake showing the choice. Also, I want to make sure it changes. So right now it's rock. Okay, it's scissors. Okay, so that would be a tie. Okay, cool. It does. Scissors. Rock. Why have we got paper? Paper was my choice. Oh, because I put +1, because I am being silly. Because I was trying to do it by ID. There we go. Okay, so now we're getting paper. Oh, we got paper and then we got scissors. Interesting. All right. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I could actually just call this in a set timeout after the user clicks. After the user clicks the custom button. I could then call get computer selection. So I could do that. I could say get computer selection. And then in the custom button, I say get computer selection. So get computer selection. And then let's say set timeout. Say get computer selection, and then we'll say 1,000 milliseconds, which is just 1 second. Get rid of that, and then now it should just call when. All right, so yeah, nothing. Then I call that. Oh, it doesn't call. Let's try that. I just want to make sure it's actually changing. Ooh, no. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll go back to the other way. Because I do really just want to make sure it calls. All right. So we'll leave it at that. We won't optimize and do all that right now. We might do this later. Okay. So we have our computer selection and our user selection. And then I think the last function we need is to declare the winner, right? So we say const declare winner. And so basically, there are a few scenarios that we have. So rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. Paper beats rock. All right, those are the scenarios. So we want to take in the user choice and I guess we don't need to make it a variable. We can just say so basically what I'm thinking, there are two steps to this. It's declaring which one won over which one, and then which user it belonged to. Okay, so maybe we could do a switch statement. Expression. Let's put as So we can do switch case case, whatever it is, choice, break. Okay. So we have the user selection, computer selection, switch, I'm going to say const, user, selection, comma, computer selection. Can we do that? No, okay. Basically, we want to compare these two first. So we'll say if user selection equals rock and computer selection equals, I was trying to optimize it, but this might be the fastest way to do it. Scissors, console log, user wins. Because this is going to result in like 6 different cases, which is not ideal. Else if scissors. Oh yeah, it's actually, this one is easier. If user selection equals computer selection, we can just say it's a tie. Actually, I'm sure there's something I could do with the IDs here. Selection, and I think that should probably be our last. Else if, we'll say else if user selection equals scissors and computer selection equals paper. Console.log, oops, user wins, else if user selection equals paper and computer selection equals rock. Console.log, user wins. Right. Else I think that's right. So these are all the scenarios in which the user could win. If the selection is rock and the computer selection is scissors. If the user selection is paper and the computer selection is paper. If the user selection is paper and it's rock. Those are the 3 scenarios in which the user wins. If it's rock and it is paper, they lose. If it's rock, yeah, and that's the only other choice. If it's scissors and it's rock, they lose. If it's paper and it's scissors, they lose. That makes sense. So we basically say all of these scenarios, the user will win. If they are equal, it's a tie. Otherwise, the computer wins. So I think that's not bad. That's not bad in terms of logic. I was trying to like optimize it, but I think that's pretty much as good as we're gonna get right now. But if you have a better solution, put yours. Use yours in your scenario. So yeah, let's see if this works. Refresh. Okay, so it's prematurely calling it's a tie. So I hit paper. Oh, computer chose scissors. Okay. And then now my notes. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. So that works. The logic is working correctly. Good. So we then want at the end of I wonder if I should pass declare a winner to and then let's set the points. Const user points, set user points equals use state 0. And then that would be something we do here. We'll say set user points to user points plus 1 in these 3 scenarios. Okay, so those are the 3 scenarios in which the user gets more points. And then let me look at the design one more time. So and then you hit a play again button. That's the important thing there. And then on hitting the play again button, you reset everything. Okay, so let's do 2 things. Let's set the background so we can actually see, because I'm going to make some of these white elements. Radial gradient. Okay, let's try that. Radial gradient. Okay. Borrow this. I'm going to go ahead and set the background to that. Body, HTML, background color, radial. Oops. Pass that in. And then this will be the other one. Save that. And then we'll say background repeat, no repeat. Good. And then we'll say the page. Height, 100 view. Okay, good. And then overflow hidden. Good. Okay, great. So we have that. Touch up the styling on the button a little bit. So we'll say that. We'll say background color is going to be white, I'm assuming. Say white for now. Great. So we have that. And then we need a couple of different components. We'll say new file. New file header. Is there like a logo? There is a logo. Okay. So we'll say turn this into a box. And we'll say the border. I have a feeling it's this color. And border radius, maybe 1 rem. And then we'll have the logo. Copy relative path. And then alt equals logo, height 200, width 200. And then we'll have, this is going to take in points. What do we call it? User points. And this is going to be right here, and that's going to be a box. that. And then we'll have 2 typography elements. So we'll say typography, let's say score, and then we'll have the actual score. User points. I'll say select flex direction column, justify content center, padding 1 rem, border radius 1 rem, 2 rem. Color is going to be this color, and the color of that is going to be this color. Oh, nope, didn't grab all of it. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. This one here, this is going to be a flex box. Flex. Justify content, space between. You also need a little bit of margin, or padding, padding. 1.5 rem. And yeah, let's try that. Let's put this on the page. And oops, user. There we go. No, okay. User points. Cool. All right, doesn't look too bad. Pretty close. I think I'm gonna wrap this whole thing in a container instead. I'm gonna say max width equals large. Oops, large. Not too bad. I think we can probably make the logo a little wider. Maybe 300, 100. Cool, looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna say cool, looks pretty good. And I guess we might, yeah, I might just make this into a thing. So instead of doing that, I might do custom button, data 0, data 0, ID. What was that first one? Which is a little bit annoying, just because then if I have to make any change, I have to do it individually. But I think it's going to allow me to style it better. Why are there 4 of them? Okay, there we go. Good. I was wondering. I was like, why? Where did the extra one come from? All right, so we have those 3. I'm going to put them in a box, of course. Oh, and I got rid of box, and I was like, where's the box? Okay, put it in a box. I wonder if that triangle, there is a triangle. Oh, Oh, okay, cool. So background image is URL. Oops, URL. Okay, good. Background, repeat, no repeat. Good. To align, center align. Header width percent. Page for this one, I will say width 70%. Let's say, all right, how's okay. And then background position. Okay. Oh, why did it disappear? It's like there, but it's not there. Height. It's there. Let's say flex direction column. Okay, getting there. Good, getting there. I think we're gonna have to pass in SX props. Okay. Good. And then we're gonna just make this a little slimmer. Nice. All right, that's pretty close. I'm pretty content with that. We can make it a little slimmer. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have our rock, paper, scissors. All right, that's just the first hurdle. So this is just how we click it. So once we click it now, we need something to change. So on click, we want this now to show up. You picked and the house picked. All right, so I think what we should do is maybe have different slides. New file will say step 1, and then we'll show this. What else do we need? Oh, we have the data. Do we want to pass data? We definitely need to pass set user selection. Do we want to pass data? Yeah, we can just pass data. Okay, and then here we'll say, oops, step 1, data equals data, set user selection equals set user selection. Cool. So that should look perfect. Looks exactly the same. Refresh. Yeah, looks exactly the same. Cool. So we have that. So that's step 1. New file. Say step 2. So for step 2, we want it to be this. You picked and the house picked. Okay, so we'll say, just create a little typography element there. Typography. Say you picked, and it's going to be color is right, and then and it was 24 pixels bold. All right, 24 pixels bold. You picked, the house picked, the house picked. I'm gonna wrap these two in a box. Oops. Justifying content, space between. Flex, direction column. And then in the second box, we're gonna have the choice. So we need to say step 2. We need to say, all right, user selection equals null. Step 1, right? Step 2, selection does not equals null. Then we show step 2, right? So when the user has no choice, we show step 1, then we show step 2. And then we're going to pass in user selection. And then we're going to take that in. Oops. And that is going to be a string. Oops, string. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say const user choice equals data dot filter for the choice, where the choice dot name equals the user selection. We're going to import data from data.json. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna bring in a custom button. Probably should have named that better, but anyway, custom button, and the pass in data. Set use. Oh yeah, so we need to make that optional. And this is an optional thing now. Unclick if if set user selection. Great. Step 2, where we have set image color name. Oh, sorry, not data. User choice. No. Okay, we'll just type it out then. All right, image color name. So image equals user choice dot image. Oh no. Right. No. Okay. Dot find. Okay, cool. That's an image, name, and color. Color. Okay, cool. So we have that there. What else? What else? Oh, right. So we have the first box, which is the custom button. Then the second is just a box. Oopsies. Box. And then we'll say, oops, I broke something. All right, let's go back. Box, it's going to be self-closing, and we'll say the background color is going to be this. What color is that? Or do we get an image? I don't think we get an image. Yeah, it's just going to be whatever color that is, which I suspect is the second color here. Could be wrong though. Background color, border, radius, 50 rem, height. What? This will be the same height as the button. Height and width 200. Pixels. Save that. And so we have this, we'll say display flex, and then justify content space between. All right, so let's try that out. So we have this, click that. Okay, awesome, you picked the house pick, perfect. Let's make it a little bit wider. Width, width 100%. Okay, maybe not, maybe 50%. All right, and then we'll say margin top 5 rem. Great. And then we'll say margin bottom 2 rem. Great. You picked, the house picked. Something to that effect. And then now This is why I wanted the computer selection to come after, because now it's going to be a little bit weird. All right, so how do we determine? We could, I'm thinking, we could have a set timeout and then just pass that to, if we pass in the computer selection, all right? Computer selection into step 2. Right, and then timeout. $5,000. And then could say const show results, set show results, and then yeah, we'll turn this. So we'll say set show results to be true, and then this is either going to be results. If true, we want it to be a custom button. Say computer choice. Then we'll pass in the same thing. So say image equals image good. Okay. And computer choice, if true, yeah, if false, show that. And then this is string or no. Interesting. Okay. Do that. So that should work. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Yay! Okay, awesome. Maybe it's a little bit too long, but that worked. So then we are now showing results. And then I guess we could have done this in a separate component as well. No, I think doing it in this component makes sense. Does it? Yeah, that works because the use effect works. And then yeah, so Then we'll just put in the play again here. So you gonna pass in, gonna set the result here. Set const result, set result, oops, result. Did I call it result in here too? Okay. We're gonna pass result here. And we're going to display, oh, we're gonna say result, oh, result is a string or null. Result, and then we'll say result, and then we'll have a button that says play again. I'll say, oops, let's zoom in here. And this is only going to show if show results. Yeah, okay. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, house picked. Play again. Okay, cool. So yeah, we need to set the text. So set user points. We'll say set result to be you win. Is it just you win? Yep, that's it. You win. All right, we'll change this to be a string. You win. You win. I could have just done this. Yep, you win. I will say it's a tie, and then I'll say house wins. Oops. Oh yeah, house. Oops, okay. Good. Yes, that works. House wins, and then, yeah, that should work. So that, I should change this to like 3 seconds, but anyway. House wins. All right, let me style this up a little bit. Step 2. Bold. $800. Okay, good. And then now with the on click of the button, we want it to reset to this state. So we need what this is determine whether user selection equals null. User selection equals null. So then we want to set user selection. Set user selection. Set user selection. Oops. And then on click. Set user selection to be null. Go. Should import it. That would be useful. Okay, good. So let's try it. Okay, that logic's not working, but let's click play again, but it does reset. All right, so we got a couple things to fix up there. If user selection, it's a tie. We're console logging user selection, console logging computer selection. Let's see, and then I'm gonna lower this because this takes a while. Let's do 2 seconds just so we can test it. All right, refresh. House wins, correct. I win, correct. House wins, correct. I win, that's correct. Okay, let me see what happens. It's a tie. It's a tie. Okay, maybe it just wasn't working last time. House wins. Yeah, see this. Y is when it's paper. And it's paper. Computer selection. At one point it was scissors. I'm not quite sure how to solve for that, so that might just be something we have to live with. Let's see. Also the score. That style is not correct. Let's go back to the header. Okay. And then we'll say okay. Adding. Okay, cool. So let's play. It's a tie. Play again. House wins. Wait, no. House picked paper. But at some point the house picked rock. That's why I want it to just trigger when we pass it in. Actually, what if I do it in here? I wonder if that will work. Paper, computer chose rock. Yes, it works. Rock. No! It keeps the rock, but now it's showing paper. What if I... Oh, maybe I should make it null. Yeah, because it starts off as null. Declare winner. Set computer selection. Set user selection. Set computer selection. And then, oops, set computer selection to null. All right, let's try this again. Paper, scissors, that's correct. Okay, and they're both null now. House wins, yes, that's correct. House wins. House wins. Computer selection, scissors. User selection, rock. No, but I should win. Selection, rock, computer selection. So that's just a logic issue at this point. Let me look at the logic. If user selection rock and computer selection equals scissors, result, scissors, scissors. I spelled scissors right. If user selection equals scissors. I'm not sure. Should be a tie. Weird, why is it saying the house wins? Is it, oh, maybe I have to, do I have to reset the result too? I think that's the issue. I'm being silly. Right, so from now it already has a decision. It's a tie. And then it changes to house wins, which is correct. But now, okay, so it's saying it's a tie again. Big scissors. It goes back to the original result. House wins. So where are we? We're declaring the winner. Maybe I'm calling that in the wrong place. Maybe I need to call it here. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Declare winner. And also reset the results. Excuse me. All right, let's say declare winner should be in here. So we get computer selection. I'm gonna do 2 set timeouts. Set timeout. Declare winner. Gonna pass that just a quick 500. And then I pass. Declare winner. Declare winner. All right, let's try that now. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. No, that's wrong. Oh, jeez. I think it's because, okay, so it's not resetting result. Oh, goodness. This is a lot of prop drilling. I should probably move a lot of this around. Or it's an empty string. What does it start off as? Yes. No. Result. Paper, rock. Result is house wins. It's something to do with the logic, and I'm just not seeing it. That's correct, though. In that case, that's right. No, in that case, that's not right. Okay, so when it gets down here, what is user selection? But no, we have what user selection is, right? Like, we see it right there. This is a scenario where user selection equals scissors and computer selection equals paper. Maybe could we do it without strict equals? But I wonder if there's just gonna match on. I'm not sure why this isn't working. It's some kind of like race condition where I'm just calling things in the wrong order. Oh, this one const reset game. I'm just gonna try and optimize a few things and see if that helps at all. So I'm gonna move all of these into one called reset game. I'm just gonna pass that instead of prop drilling, like 3 of these. Now, this is another important thing to do, just to clean up. Like if you're messing around and trying to figure out how something works, just clean up your components once you've sort of figured out what you need to do. What do we use result? We actually have a show result. Actually, I'm not really sure why this is in here. Because we pass in user selection and computer selection. I guess it's because otherwise we'd have to prop drill it. Let me try doing this. I'm gonna create a new folder called utils. And I'm gonna bring this into there and see if that makes any kind of difference. Just gonna say selection, computer selection, set result, and set user points and user points. Okay, we'll export that. And then, how do we declare the winner? Okay, and a use effect. No. That's all of these. Let's see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yeah, because then it never... We didn't do any of the console logging. It didn't work. All right. Bring that back. If you know the answer to the problem, feel free to comment down below. I'm gonna give this 5 more minutes and then we're gonna end it if we can't figure it out. And I'll post what the real solution was. Okay, see, that works. But it's just because it's defaulting to the 5th option. I wonder if we change it to a switch. Oh. This is silly, but I wonder if it would work. Okay. That would be really silly if that worked. Yeah, no, it's something in the data. Paper null. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. There we go. We're getting an answer now. So the second response is always no. Oh, that's so interesting. So why is it that's null? Because we're getting computer selection. Like, it's literally right there. But within... Oh, that's so interesting. All right, so what if this has to take in comp select? Like, that's just a requirement. Okay, and then we'll say computer selection. Yeah, okay. Comp select string. Good. And then computer selection. String. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. Okay. Now let's try it. Still no. You know, this all broke when I decided to move where we called the get computer selection. What if I put this back in here? What if we just do that first? The body of a function. Oh, whoops. I put it in the wrong place. There we go. Okay, so we have the computer selection. It's a tie. All right, that works. But the house didn't pick anything. Oh, I already have that there. My bad. Let's see if that works. Why is it always the same? Okay, there we go. Good. Good. Yes, okay, I'm satisfied that that is now working. Whew, that took a lot. And it was totally unnecessary. All right, if I... You know what? Well, I just don't like this dynamic. Let me just run it one more time with comp select. Or can I just run it now that I've changed it? Like, Yes. 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 Okay, that seems to be working. Okay, I'm satisfied that that is working as expected. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. So we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of select. Take it out of here. We don't need it anymore. And it's good to, as I said, just clean this stuff up when you realize you don't need it anymore. Yeah, so this is going to get the first result. Get the first computer selection when game loads. Gets all subsequent computer selections. Excuse me. All right. All right, cool. So yeah, it did get a little bit messy. Some of these I could actually export to a util. So like this, I'm gonna move into my utils here. This one I could also move. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty content with that. It did take a little bit longer than I thought, but seems to be working as expected. So yeah, we used not the best algorithm in the world, but we used this function to determine whether or not the user was the winner or the computer was the winner. We realized we had an error with it just because we weren't actually checking whether or not the result from the computer was being passed in time, and really it just wasn't being passed to the function in the correct timing. So that was the issue there, but we just needed to call it at a different point in order for that to work correctly. So once we got that, we passed that to our game, and then now when we click on our rock, paper, scissors, they load correctly and we get correct results. The only thing I might wait to do is like display the points. I noticed that the points were updating prior to the I wonder if, or no, if I just put them together, I wonder if that works. The points were updating prior to the game actually being called, which wasn't great, because then you know if you won or not. Like, that works. I seem to always win at this game. Now that we changed it, there's no losing. Okay, no, they just win. All right, cool. So that seems to work. All right, so as I mentioned, we're going to be building this entertainment web app. Now, as you can see, there are a couple of tabs on the side here. It shows you, the trending movies, what is recommended for you, etc., etc. And then when you click on each of the tabs, you can actually go into the different sections. So you can see, the home page, you can see the movies tab, the TV tab, and then there's even a bookmark tab. So we're going to attempt to put in all of those different tabs today. And then there's also that search feature that you can see highlighted here. So you search for whatever movie you want and then it shows up. So that's what we're going to be working on today. Let's jump into it. The design, if you do want to follow along, is one of the premium designs from Frontend Mentor, but if you do want to make a portfolio piece, this is a really great one. You can actually, set up a local API, fetch the data from that API if you want to do that. There are a lot of opportunities to sort of really take this project to the next level. So I would definitely recommend, again, if you can afford it, if it makes sense for you, signing up for Frontend Mentor and having this as one of your portfolio pieces. If you do want to follow along exactly with the starter kit that I set up, I'll link that down below as well as the design, but we're going to be using Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript. So this is the base of the app, which when you get it up and running, and so we're going to go from there. We're also going to be using Redux and we'll potentially be using Redux or Zust and some sort of state management for the bookmarking. So let's get started. first thing, I'm just going to clear out these sort of basic styles. And then I'm going to create a folder called components. Now looking at our design here, let's take a look here. We definitely have some sort of like navigation bar here on the side. And then we definitely have all of our movies here in the middle. So I think that's how we're going to be doing that there. I've gone ahead and dropped in all the assets that they provide to you once you do download the challenge from Frontend Mentor. So I have all the images there to work with that. So I think we're going to probably start with the nav, make the search, and then start to populate all of the movies. I think that's probably the best way forward. And another thing that we'll want to think about here is how are we doing the routing? Like is each tab a new route, like /movies, /TV, /bookmarks? Or are we just simply changing the component? I think that's something important to think about as we talk about and architect our design. I think it's probably a good idea to do the routing, like using Next's router. So the way we can do that actually is by creating new folders and new files. It's a pretty straightforward way of doing routing. So if I create a new folder and I call it movies, and then I create a new file within that folder and call it page.tsx. If I create a page here and I just say movies, when I go over to my app here and I go to /movies, it actually takes me to that page. So that's one of the ways that we can do the routing with this, which I think could be pretty cool. So let's start with that, and then we'll build on that concept. So we'll start with the home page though, because that's the one we're working with right now. So this is our home desktop page. So as I said, we're gonna need this nav, which is gonna be a constant between all of our pages. So let's create that first. So new file, nav.tsx, and box. And let's see what this has in it. So it has the home, I guess, is that how we know we're on the right page? Okay, so that's just red. And then we have the 4 of those. And then we have our avatar at the bottom there. Okay, pretty straightforward. Let's take a look at our assets. Asset, movie, icon search, logo. Let's try, I think it's probably the logo. So we'll go image, source equals, copy relative path, whoops. And then alt equals logo, height 16, or let's do height 20, width 20. We'll save that. And we have the nav, and then these 4 logos there. So I'll make a box here, and we'll say, I think these are also going to be 16 by 16. Okay, and we'll do one there, and then this is going to be icon nav. Oh, there's icon nav home. What is the logo? Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I didn't put it in there. That's why we can't see it. Let's put it in our navigation. And I might actually end up putting this on the layout page. We'll see. Movies. Oh, and it's not /movies, it's the home page. Okay, so we have, yeah, that's the correct one there. Okay, so we have our logo. We have home. This is going to be home, movies, TV, series, and bookmark. Cool. So those are our 4 icons there, and we'll display those in a flex box. Column, and save that there. Cool, looking pretty good. And then we need our avatar at the bottom there, so that'll be our final image here. And that'll be outside of this box. That'll be image avatar.png. We'll save that. Cool. Awesome, we have our icons there. Let's look at the colors now. So it looks like this grayish blue is going to be the background color. So we'll set that there. Save that. Cool. Oh no, actually that's not the right color. That is the color of the icons. So maybe it's this semi-dark blue instead. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, and then I think this is the color for the background of the actual website, like the actual fully background. So I think we'll do the body and HTML. We'll set the background color to be this. So that we just have that handled. Perfect. Okay, cool. And then the nav now, we're going to go back here. We're going to say width is going to be, let's say 10 view width. Even that might be a lot. Maybe we'll go with 5 view width, and then we'll add in some padding. We'll say display flex direction column, and then justify content space evenly. And then we should probably set a height as well. Height will be 100 view height, possibly, maybe 98. Let's take a look at the design. Yeah, no, it's pretty much the full height, but not quite. I think we're going to go with maybe 95 view height. And I'm also going to get rid of this home piece there. Cool. And then on the main page, I think what I'll do here, I'll say display flex. And it's going to be the nav and then this section. So I'll say align items to the center. I'll save that. And then height 100%, or height 100 view height, and we'll say overflow hidden. Do we want overflow hidden? I think we will want to scroll actually, so we'll leave that for now. I think maybe I'll set, that's the thing I don't actually want, because we're going to want to show all the movies essentially, so let's leave that for now. We need to set our border radius on this. Let's go with 1 rem. Save that. And oh wait, then we should align items to the center. Okay, good. And I don't know if space around is the right one. I think let's do this. Let's wrap these in a box. We'll say space between. All right. Add in some padding as well. Good. I think that logo on the bottom, this needs to be bigger. Also, it needs a border. Save that. Okay, cool. I'll say border radius. Good, awesome. And then yeah, now I want to separate these guys here. So this box, I'm going to say display flex direction column. Let's say height. Let's say 20 view height. Not more than that. Let's say 30 view height. and then we'll say justify content space between. Good. And then with these now, we'll do the same thing. We'll say justify content space between. We'll give it a height of 10 view height. Maybe 20. Okay, that looks not too bad. I think pretty decent. It's a little wide. Width, maybe 3 view width. Give it a little bit of a margin left of 1 rem. Cool, and that looks pretty decent for now. And a margin top of 1 rem. Or we could just say margin 1 rem. Cool, that looks pretty decent. I'm pretty content with that. The next thing I want to do now, I actually want to go ahead and, yeah, I think we're gonna make these nav links. I'm gonna actually go ahead and wrap these in links and give them an href. Or no, sorry, this is slash home, and then the rest will be slash movies, slash TV, slash bookmark. Bookmarks. We'll save that. Cool. So now they are actual links. I could also wrap them in a button so that they changed there. I could also see if I could target the color and say, you know, change the color when they on hover. Yeah, those are a couple style optimizations that we can get to at the end. Right now, I want to make sure that we are focusing on actually building it out effectively. All right, so yeah, when I click on this, I should be here. If I click on this, I go to movies, which we see I'm at movies. Oh, I'm also gonna go ahead and change the styles to, oh no, it's already on dark mode, so we're good there. I think, yeah, the nav is pretty set for now. We can leave that alone. That's a good MVP for the nav. The next thing we want to do here now is create this like middle section here. So it's going to be 3 different elements. It's going to be the search. It's going to be this like trending carousel, and then basically the recommended for you I'm gonna take as the rest of the movies. I'm not sure that they actually gave, well actually let's check our data. Let's see if they gave us a recommended for you. No, they did not give us is recommended as a prop, so I'm gonna assume they just want us to show all of the available sort of films for that. So yeah, let's do the search next. So I'll create a new, and the search is going to live across our, across each page. So I'm actually just going to create like a universal kind of component there. So we'll do the search, and then we'll say box, and then we'll say, and as I'm thinking here, I'm wondering if I should just move this to the layout folder, if that would work. I think this layout might only apply, let's test it. Let's say div, hi. So it's on this page, but is it on slash movies? Oh, it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so let's put the nav here. Let's put the nav, theme provider, children. Yeah, let's put the nav here rather than on the home page. So that way it's on every page. Perfect. Yeah, let's do that. And we're going to do the same thing with the search. So we'll put the search on the layout page as well. That way, oops, search. Yeah, that way we don't need to put it in every single component. And I'm wondering if this, yeah, can wrap like that. And, oh, it's complaining here. Actually, this is going to be a client component. I'm pretty sure. Okay, great. So yeah, we have our beginnings of a search. And search, I'm not even seeing it right now. Oh, there it is at the bottom there. I think what we need to do with our layout is actually create a box here. And then let's say import box from @movie/material/box. And then here we're going to say display flex. And so yeah, there we go. We have our search on the side there. I think we can actually just add in the margin here. Margin of 1 rem. So we have that all around the app there. We can remove that margin we added to our nav. Here it is, remove that. And then we can say justify content space between. So that'll center that in that section. So yeah, we'll start with that. Next, so we have our search. The search, as I said, is going to be this text field. I believe it is from Material UI, so we'll say text field. And then I think if we have icon search, yes we do. We'll use this search icon here. We'll use that. Alt equals search. Search icon. Height 20. Width 20. We'll save that. And then we'll say okay. And then search for movies or TV series will be the placeholder. Okay, we'll say align items center. Good, and then this will get pushed up once we have our other stuff in there. And then we'll say the width is like 85 view width. Good, and then the width of this like 80 view width. Good, and then we'll say target the border, none. Border transparent. No, I think we'll probably have to target the specific border there, so we'll leave that for the time being. Search movie series. Then we say test. Okay, well, it shows them there. All right, cool. So that's good for now. We're gonna have to come back and actually implement that, but that's fine for the time being. The next thing we want to do is to create this like movie component that is going to be used. So if we zoom in here, we have this like movie card, or just movie. Well, actually, it's not just movies and TV series. So we'll say whatever it is. We just have, we'll say content card. That's what I'll call it, content card, which has the thumbnail, a bookmark, etc., the year, the type, etc., etc. So let's create that. We'll say new file, content card.tsx. And this is definitely going to be a client component because we need to work with that bookmarking. And so for the card is going to appear in a lot of different places. It's going to appear in the trending now section and also the recommended for you section. So if we start by making this trending now section on the home page, new file, trending.tsx, and that's going to be here, trending. Good. And does it show up? Not seeing. Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's a good point. The layout page, we have the nav on one side, but then we have, this is the second side. This is like the search actually falls in line with those two. Yes, exactly. All right. So search also, I'll make it a little bit wider. Okay. Yeah, so for the trending now. Trending is going to start with this header. So box, we'll say typography. We'll say color is white, and the size is 32. To run. I should say trending. And the font weight is light, so font weight, let's try 400 or 200. There we go. Cool. So we have trending there. And then that's going to display a few different cards. We'll also have the recommended section. And I'm building these out basically to be able to display what we're working on, being the content card. Import those two. We'll say recommended. Recommended for you. And then we're going to display the card. So here now, I'm going to go ahead and import data from data. Good. And then for each of these, we're going to say data.map. For each item, we want to go ahead and return a content card. Item.id. Do we have IDs for these? Oh, we do not have IDs. I think that is something we want to have in there. So we'll say or actually, do we need IDs? Let's leave it for now, and if we do need IDs later, we can add them in, because that seems a little bit of a... No, I think we should have... maybe we could use the title as the ID. I think the title should be unique. So we'll say title. We'll do that for now, but if that doesn't work, we can use IDs for sure. But just because they didn't put it in there, it would be a bit of a lift to show that. So we'll say interface props, and that's going to take in all of these. So title, string, thumbnail, trending, small and large, regular, small, medium, large. string, 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 number, string, string, boolean, boolean. Cool. So we have that, and then we'll import these. So we'll say title, title, thumbnail, year, year, category, rating, is bookmarked, is trending. And that will be the type of props. Oops, title. There we go. Cool. So we have that, and why is it giving us an error? Thumbnail not trending are incompatible between these types. Oh, I guess if it's not trending, it doesn't necessarily have that. So I guess we can make that optional. Thumbnail trending. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so the next thing we want to do here is we want to grab the background. So it's going to be the background here. Or no, it's not going to be the background of the whole thing. It's going to be an image, although I think it's going to tell me image can't have children. So we'll have a box, and then we'll say and that'll be the second box for the text. So the first box, we're going to say source equals background image equals. It's going to be thumbnail.regular. I'm going to guess .large, but I'm not sure. So we'll say thumbnail.regular.large. And that's not source. Thumbnail.regular.large, and then the size. Oh, and this is definitely going to be a. We'll see. Actually, we'll see. It might take in SX props. I'm not sure yet. So we'll have that. The size of the box equals width is 100%, height 100%, or we'll say background size 100%. Let's try that. And then, yeah, let's see if that shows up yet. No, okay. And then we'll have a little bookmark icon inside. So we'll say image source equals icon. Oh, they have two. Okay, we'll do the empty for now, and then we'll have to use that full one. Alt equals bookmark icon, height 16, width 16. We'll save that. And then not in trended. Oh, we should put recommended into the page. I think that's probably the issue there. So trended, we have recommended. Recommended for you. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we're getting our bookmarks there. Okay, cool. And then for this, flex direction should be column. Cool. And with recommended, oh yeah, we still do need that typography element. Recommend. Where did I put that? I wrote that. Recommended. Oh, I think I wrote over it. Okay. Recommended for you. All right, cool. Oh, I wrote this in the typography element. That's why. I was like, I know I did this. All right, so cool. Recommended for you. Go back to the page here, align items, center, flex start. Yeah, that's where we want it. And then I think each of these just needs some more margin. Some top and bottom margin, possibly. Oh, we'll work that out. But okay, so in recommended now, we're getting each of these content cards, and then I'll put this in a box, and we'll say display flex, flex wrap, wrap. We'll save that. Good. All right, so we have our recommended for you. Let's hop back to our content card. So we have that image, and then I want to give it a border radius. That, and we're not seeing, oh, you know what it is? It needs to be URL. Whoops. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So we have that. I think we're going to give it an actual size. So we'll say height is and let's make it percentage based. Let's say 20 view height, and width is 20 view width. Should be, yep, that's a pretty good ratio right there, and it's wrapping at the right space, so that works well for us. Going back to recommended now, we'll say display flex wrap, display flex wrap. We'll say justify content space between, and then I think we need a little bit of, okay, so yeah, now this is pushed it to the side, so I think we need some margin here on the page. Margin. Good. And I think I'll do the same thing on the search. We'll say margin. Top. Okay. And then with the cards, I think we want to say margin. Top, bottom. Give that a margin there. Cool. So that's not looking too bad there. I think the next thing I want to do is fix where that bookmark icon is. So we'll say position relative. We'll say right 0. No, it doesn't seem. Or we could say display flex. We could say justify content, flex, end. Good. And then we'll give it some padding. We'll say 1 rem of padding. Let's do 18. And then the, oh yeah, this has like a little background color. don't feel that as the background color. Let's hop over here and see if we can grab it. Or maybe it's dark blue, but at a very, yeah, the opacity is probably what we want to tweak. Okay, let me still grab it from the page. So I want to grab the RGB and use that. So we'll say, for the image here, we'll say style equals background color. Oops, color. It's going to be this, but with an A, and then we're going to say 0.25. Cool, that looks pretty good. And then we'll say padding 1 rem. And then we'll say border radius. Interesting. Or I could wrap it around it. There we go. That looks pretty good. So yeah, we'll leave that as our bookmark. So that is set. Next thing we need now are these text pieces down here. So we have, this is our box with our background image. It's going to go in this box. So we're going to say typography. And then it's going to be the year. Is it year? We have, and I'm gonna actually just grab the styles for this right now. So it's pure white, but it's definitely not pure white because it looks as if it's a little bit faded. So I think we're gonna apply the same RGB logic there. And we're gonna say font size is 13 pixels. And we're gonna say color is RGBA. What is it? 111 1. Oh, reverse that. 000 001. Oh, 255. Totally in the wrong ballpark. Okay, cool. So we're seeing that. I think we're going to probably go 0.5. That looks pretty close. And that's what we'll use for our options here. All right. And so then we have the year, we have the category, and then we have the rating, I believe that would be rating. Yeah. And then we want a little image here. And the source is going to be category equals movie, question mark. If yes, we want the source to be icon category movie. If no, we want the source to be icon category, oops, not that one, icon category TV. I'll put that in there, save that, and then alt equals icon, height 16, width 16, we'll save that. Cool. And then these, so these first three actually need to be wrapped in their own box. We'll say flex, align items center, and then space between. We're also going to set a width of 40%. Good. And then I'm going to give this icon margin right 1 rem, maybe 0.5 rem. Okay. And then what else do we need? Oh, it's too small, so 50%. And then we need like a box. It's gonna be this. These are these little dots that they have there. That, I'll say height. .5 rem, and then we'll say border radius 1 rem. Cool, we have these little dots. I think we're gonna go 2.5 rem. Cool, and drop one of those after each section. Perfect. And then display flex, align item center. Align items center. And I think we'll just make it a little bit wider. Oops. Make that maybe 60%. 55%. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. So I'm content with that. So that's this box here. And then we want this box. We want one more typography element here, and that is going to be the title. So it's going to be heading 18. Font size. And then font weight will be maybe 600. And that'll be the title. Cool. Looks pretty good. I think maybe we want a little bit more margin between, and I think this might be a little too thick. No, 600 was right. We want a little bit more margin between each film, TV, each piece of content, I should say. So we'll just add in a little bit there. Just for content. And then this box, this larger, oh no, that's not what it is. I'm putting the margin on the wrong place. That's what it is. I want to say, yeah, leave some space there. Cool. So that looks good. I'm pretty content with that. I think the recommended needs some margin. where did we add that? We added that on the home page. Let's add 2 rep there instead. Oh, no, that wouldn't work. That still wouldn't work. Okay, we'll go back to trending. Okay, might change that. Actually, probably will change that. Okay, good. Yeah, I might change that, but that looks decent for now. So we have our different recommended options. So recommended, as we said, is just a list of all the movies. We don't really have a recommendations API. What we do want to do, though, is get the movies, the TV, the bookmarks. Well, I haven't made those routes yet, but that's what we want to create for the next piece. So let's do that. So hopping over to movies, it's pretty straightforward what we want to build here. So we want to use the same header style. I'm going to say H1 is going to have all of these. Yes. Good. And I think we'll just set these to be H1s. Let's see if that works. Good. All right. Do the same thing with trending. This way we don't have to keep copying and pasting styles, because we do need to do 2 to 3 more pages. Close that. Close recommended. Close the theme for now. What we want here now is the movies. And this, again, is just going to display our movies. So we'll set box. And then we'll say typography. Put one of those. And movies. Then we want to go ahead, once again, import data from oops, not slash data, and we want to say the data dot map. And actually, I'm wondering if this should be new file. We'll say content container, where I'm actually going to take this and make it into the container, just so that if we have to make any changes, they're going to be consistent. Set props, and then I'm going to change this to be a content container. Import that. Cool. So we'll do that there, and then here I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to hit content container, because part of this is also we want to make it neat. We want to build it quickly, but we want to make it neat at the same time. So it's important to sort of clean it up wherever we can. And then we'll say data.map for each item, or for each movie, or for each item. We want to go ahead and return a content card, where we pass in all of the item. And then the key, is the item dot title. We'll save that. Now, the tricky piece here is actually we want to filter this content. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to say const movies equals data, data data dot, does data is an array, data dot filter for each item, where item dot category equals, oops, category equals movies. Is it movie or movies? Let's look at the data. TV series, movie. Okay, equals. And so then instead we're going to map over movies. I'm going to just change this to movie just to be semantic. And variant equals H1. We'll go with that. So if we go to movies, awesome. So we just have all of our movies here, and that works perfectly. Perfect. So that looks good to me. These are all movies. Yeah, they're not movies, so that works. And then I think the only thing I want to change here is just the page. It looks like, yeah, we did new file, again, page container, just to make life easier. Copy and paste these styles so that if we want to make any changes to a page, oops, we just make it once. Good, and then it takes in children, and children of React code. So props, and then we'll say import box from box. And then we'll go back here and I'll just change this box to a page container. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll just say page container and import that. Good. And yeah, that way it's easy to see. It's easy to, maintain the same style. So when you go back between home and movies, they're the same in terms of style. So we have those two, and then we want to just do the same thing for TVs. So we'll say new file, new folder, because we're making a new route. We'll say TV. And then new file. It needs to be a page.tsx file if you're working with React, if you're working with Next.js. I'm just going to copy and paste all of that in there and change this to TV, or shows, TV series, I believe is the key, and we'll say shows for each show. And then we'll say, what does it want us to say here? TV series. Okay, and so now if we go to TV, should have the same magic, perfect, just a bunch of TV series. We do want to sort of deal with that there. I think that is in, which container is that? That's the content container. Display flex route, should I say align items, flex? No, but it should be flex start by default. Why is it space? It's because it's space between, isn't it? Okay, we'll leave that alone for now. And then the last one is going to be new folder, but this one's going to be different. We'll say bookmarks, new file, page.tsx. And then this one, we want some of the same styles. So I'm going to borrow this still. Oops. Good. Change this to bookmarks. And now for bookmarks, we want to filter for the data, through the data, and say if it is bookmarked. Now, as far as I understand, is bookmarked is going to be false. Oh no, it's true for some of them already, actually. So I guess we can do that. We can say data.item is bookmarked equals is true. We'll say bookmarks. So I guess this is more of a display than an interactive component, but we can make it interactive if we want. We can say, oh, and okay, they have it by movies and TV series. That's different. So we'll say bookmarks equals that. And we'll say bookmarks. So we'll say bookmarked movies. And we'll say const bookmarked movies equals bookmarks dot filter. So we'll just filter it again for each bookmark. We want to say if bookmark dot category equals movies. And so we'll have bookmarked movies, and then we'll have bookmarked series or bookmarked shows. And so we'll say TV series. And so then we'll have these two. We'll say bookmarked TV series. We'll say bookmarked movies, and we'll have bookmarked shows. All right, so we'll say shows or show. We'll say show. We'll save that. Looks good. And then, yeah, that should be it. And then we want to go ahead and look at that on our bookmark page. So we hooked it up right. Oh, no, wait, bookmark movies. Oh, movie. There we go. So we have our bookmark movies and we have our bookmark TV series. So looking pretty good there. The other thing that we want to do is if is bookmarked is true, we want to display the other bookmark thumbnail. So for this one here, we'll say is bookmarked. Oops, is bookmarked. If it's true, we want to display, this full copy relative path. That's what we want to show. Cool. So if it's bookmarked, we want to show that there. Looks pretty good. I don't know if we want to do justify content space between for these. It's kind of bothering me now. So for this content container, I think, yeah, that looks much better. So we'll just ignore that. Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty content with that right now. The next section I want to work on is the trending, and I want to work on the filter and the search, or same thing. So looking at the trending. So trending actually is going to follow a very similar pattern, except the card is going to be a little bit different. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually create a trending card. So I'll say new file. We'll say trending card. And let's look at the similarities and differences between that and the regular card. It's pretty close to the regular card, but there are some key differences. I think what we can do is say new file content text and make that its own component. So if I go to the content card and I come down here to this section here, this section can kind of live in its own world. So we import all of these. Import the image. All right. Take in year, title, category, rating. Take those in. Year, number, think. Title string, category string, oops, string, rating string. And then, oh, there we go. If we use that, and then instead of this, we have content text. We pass in year, title, rating, category. Then we have that. Oops. Cool. So then we can show content text down there if it's a content card. So if it's a content card, we show the text down there. If not, we want to show it in here within the box. So I guess if is trending is true, but no. Or do we want to not show the trending in the recommended for you? That might be the key there, because I don't actually, let's take a look. Yeah, are they repeated? No, they're not repeated, actually. That's an important distinction. So we can say, what we really want to do here is say const, not here, sorry. We want to do this in recommended. We want to say const recommended. Do they have a recommended? No, they don't, right? Yeah. So we'll just say const recommended equals data dot filter for each item where item dot is trending equals false. So we want to just show the recommended cards here. And then conversely, on the trending card, on the trending section, sorry, we want to have import data from @data where is trending equals true. So that's the difference in the data there. Then we want to map through and show the content. So we'll take this again, the content container, and say we'll say trending. And we'll import that, cool. So right now we have it in the style of the content card. I think what we need to do is now change it. So if is trending is true, is trending, then we want to show the content text within this box and pass in all those properties. Okay, good. And then here we want to say not is trending. Good. And then this is going to be dealing with this box here. So we have the background image. Everything is displayed just by content flex end. We have one box and then we have a second box. So if is trending is true, then we want it to be, flex direction equals is trending is true. We want it to be column. Oops. Else we want it to be row. Let's start there. Okay. Are we getting that? There we go. And then is trending is true. We want to say space between. Okay. And then for this box, we want to say align self flex end regardless. Oh no, not regardless. Is trending is true. Flex end, otherwise what flex start. Cool. And that's pretty much it. I'm pretty much, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we have the basic design sorted out. So now let's work on the searching, the filtering, and all of that important stuff. All right, so yeah, as far as the filtering goes, we basically want to filter through whichever set of data we have based on what the user is typing into the search bar. So for that, what we're gonna need to do, let's hop back over. I think we're gonna end up having to pass down the data. That's probably what's gonna happen. How should we handle this? Maybe we can set a filter property. I think we need to set up our Redux store. I think that's the next step. So let's set up the store here. And then we'll say new file store.ts, and hopping into Redux. Just go ahead and check out their documentation. I think we do their TypeScript quick start. Yeah. Just gonna borrow these. And I'm gonna say new file. And this is going to be, let's say, I'm wondering if I should make multiple slices. I think that might be the best way. So we'll say filter.ts. And then we'll say import filter reducer from dot/filter. Oh, and I should have named that filter slice. Filter slice. We'll say filter reducer. And honestly, this could be something that would be done with Zustand or something more straightforward, but because I also want to add the bookmarks to it, I'm just starting off by doing it with Redux. But again, you can use whatever you want. I do find Redux fairly straightforward, but there could be possibly a more straightforward way of doing it as well. Okay, so we'll bring that, and then we'll copy this for the filter. So yeah, the filter is going to be really basic. Const value is a string, and value is initially nothing. Name is going to be filter. Okay. And then we should pretty much only have one thing here. And why is this map? ./store. Filter. We don't actually use the selector, to be honest. Okay, so for the filter, we want to set the filter state.value. Actually, I might just change the value to filter. State.filter will be equal to action.payload. And that's pretty much it. I think. So going back to, oh, and we also need to go ahead and wrap the app in the provider, otherwise none of this is going to work. So let's go back to our layout. I'm going to just say provider from React Redux. I'll wrap everything in that, and we'll get these, whoops, store. I think we actually need to no, it's exported from store. Okay, cool. So, assuming we've done this correctly, we should be able to get the filter in the search here. We should be able to set it here. So what I want to do in the search now is I want to say const. I want to import dispatch first of all, our typed dispatch hook. And again, if you're using TypeScript, you have to it's easier if you use the typed hooks, but if you're not using TypeScript, then you can kind of do whatever, not whatever you want, but you can do it in the way that suits you. And so then with a text field, we're going to say on change. We're going to say we're going to say set, set filter. And we're going to say dispatch set filter to be e.target.value, and I believe that is the correct thing I'm targeting there, right? So if we're doing it correctly now, I want to go on to one of my pages. Let's just go on to the main page, and we'll say, actually, let's go on to the main page. We're gonna have to filter on every page. So let's see, if I search on the main page, it gets rid of everything. So the search is actually going to be here. I'm going to say const. I'm going to actually turn this into a client component. So say use client. We'll say const filtered search equals use app selector. And we're going to say state. It's going to be state.filter.filter. And that's going to be the filter, and I'm just going to console.log the filtered search. So what I'm expecting to happen here is when I go ahead and I go to the search, refresh. Oh, it's telling me about the layout page here because I've brought in the provider. So I'm going to say use client, save that. Cool. Yeah, so what I'm expecting to happen here is when I go ahead and search, it's just gonna console log what I'm typing. So if I type in, this is a search, we get that. So that is exactly what we want to happen. So then now, going back here, we want to say, we want to build out this piece here. So this is a homepage search. So there's gonna be, let's close out this. If and actually I can do filter. So we want to say if filter is just the empty string, so there's nothing to filter by, we want to show this. So we'll say filter equals string, show that, right? Oops. But if not, we want to go ahead and show this. So we want to basically show a results page. So I'm going to go ahead and create another file. I'm going to say results. And actually what I want to see here is, are the results always the same? So I'm filtering for movies. Yeah, I think we can reuse this component, which would be really cool. All right, so let's start with that. I'm going to borrow the, I'm going to borrow this. I'm going to wrap it in a box. And then we want to go ahead and import content container. And now for the results, we want to take in the filter, right? So we want to say interface props filter is a string. Filter props. And we want to say const filtered. We want to say const results equals. We also want to import data, so we'll say import data from data. We'll say data.filter for each item where, and now this is where it gets tricky. It's like, how do we want to filter this? I'm gonna say this is results. Let's look at the data. Item.title, right? I think that's the only way to filter it. So item.title, data.filter, item.title. We want to say if item.title includes filter. I think then we can do that. Import content card. And that should give us the results. Item.title. And actually, I think I had this problem last time. I'm going to say const. No, that wouldn't work. Because I want, basically what I want to say is to lowercase dot includes fill. Oh, that might work. All right, let's try that, see if that works. So if I type in, let's say beyond earth, so B, okay, no, we're not getting that. We're not getting anything. All right, so let's do some console logging and see where the issue's popping up. So say, I make sure I put on the, I didn't even put on the page yet. So that would be also why, and I'm not passing in the filter. So how would it know how to filter? All right, so we'll say filter equals filter. Sometimes the mistakes are really simple. I will say, all right, so beyond earth, B-E-Y. Perfect. We're getting beyond earth and no land beyond. So that looks pretty good to me. The one thing I'm not a fan of is the change in thing. It should be, they should all be of this style, right? Like what we just, yeah, they should all be of that style. So, two things. I want to say found results.length result for filter, change that title. We can say results. Okay, cool, that works. So we want that, but then also for the content card, I think we might have to pass in like a use is trending. Content. Okay, so with the trending, I think I want to pass in use is trending equals true. And that will just be in the trending section. So then for the content card, right, because we've already checked the is trending, rather than having this, we'll say use is trending, that'll be a boolean, and then we'll say use is trending, and then we'll say, and this will be an optional piece here. We'll say use is trending. Good. Oh, wait, no. Okay, keep that there. And then when I do my search, I said beyond. And then we'll say not use is trending. Okay, there we go. So then regularly it still shows it, beyond it shows it. Perfect. So I like that. That works for me. We don't end up using is trending in the same way, but that's fine. Okay, so those two, so the filter works essentially. So if we're searching for a movie, okay, well, it's not going to be, if we're searching for the movie itself, Beyond Earth, we can find that. Then when we go to the movies, we want to be able to do the same thing here. So I think what we need to do is implement this on each page. So we'll say, so how we have it here, say filter because then we want to basically filter it based on that component, right? Like it's not just movies we're filtering for, we're filtering for that within the subset of the movies. So I'm wondering if I should add this to the page container. That might be better. So we say page container. How do we do this? Page container. If we do the whole thing there. Yeah, I think that's better. So let's copy this. Do that. We'll say on the page here, like that. Put this in here. Import the app selector. Import, and then this will be children. Children. And then we'll import results. And we'll make it a client component. And then we go back to the page here. Now we just have to worry about displaying these two. And that should work. So beyond, great. And then if I go to, and this is within movies. Oh no, but wait, hold on. Because now we want it to filter within the within the component as well. So I think, and this is getting really sort of specific, like it's like now search for movies. We can say, I think we can grab the params, right? We can, I think if we go back, we can go next JS params. Yeah, we can grab the params. So we can say const use params. We're gonna say use client because that's a hook. We'll say console.log. We'll say const params. Oops. Params equals use params. We'll console log the params. And so what I'm thinking here is that these change depending on which slash we're at, which route we're at, which slash, geez. Oh, maybe it's not params I'm looking for. Oh no, it's the route I want. Can I grab the route? Use path name. Yeah, that's what I want. I want path name, sorry, not params. Use path name. Save that. Okay, and then we're gonna log path name. Consistent path name, and then result. All right, so it's slash here, it's slash movies. Okay, cool. So if so basically the results need to change based on what path we're at. So for @/movies, we only want to filter movies. For @/TV, we only want to filter TV. For @/bookmarks, we want to filter bookmarks. So we're gonna say const filter by path, and it's gonna say switch on the path name. I'm gonna say case / movies. And how do we do switch? I always screw up the switch syntax. Case movies, return data dot filter dot for item, where item dot category equals movie. Oops. And then say TV series. And then the last one is bookmarks. Data dot is bookmarked equals true. That's how we're gonna grab that last one. And then default return data. And so then we want to say filter by path dot filter item, and I think that should work. All right, so we're at /movies, right? We're just seeing movies here. Let's try searching just a letter A. We only should get, yes, we're only getting movie results. All right, so it seems to be working. TV, we're only getting TV results. Bookmarks, We're only getting bookmarked results. All right, so cool. The filter works. That's solid. And then here we're getting TV, bookmarked, non-bookmarked, doesn't matter. Great. Awesome, 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 awesome. So far, so good. I like how this is shaping up. Now, this is somewhere where you could pause with this project. You could stop and just like, you know, say, hey, I've got this thing that's displaying these pieces. Or you could take it to another level. You can add in more pieces. So yeah, as I said, you can take this to another level if you want to take it to another level. You know, you can implement the bookmarking. You know, you can implement more of the hover states. You can definitely really go above and beyond and implement your Redux store. And I'd recommend trying that if you're interested in doing that, if that's something that you want to really, if this is a serious portfolio piece for you, I think you can definitely take this to another level. These 5 projects are designed to help you build a portfolio that actually gets noticed. They're practical, professional, and aligned with what hiring managers are really looking for. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe down below. And if you want to know how to interview for a software engineering role, click here and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Front-end developer.